Hello. We're about to do a call. Are we about to, you know, get our reading mojo on? Hold on. I have to. Yeah, I have used the fountain pen. Actually, fountain pens, the shape of the thing gets adjusted to your particular style. So once you break your fountain pen and don't let anybody else use it because they might damage it. Okay. We will go through some news, I guess, before Envy is ready. No, it's not like you need a special kind of fountain pen. It's like the more you write and with it, the more the shape of the ending gets adjusted to your particular writing style. And when somebody else wants to use your pen, they might actually damage it. I think. Is there an explanation here somewhere? Why others might damage your fountain pen by using it. Others might damage your fountain pen because they are accustomed to ballpoint pens, which require heavy pressure, while fountain pens designed for a light touch. But also, I think there's a misaligning the tines. Oh, never mind. Apparently newer fountain pens are immune to that. Apparently the style applied to older models, and the new models are more durable, and it does not apply anymore. So never mind. I have outdated knowledge. I have outdated fountain pen knowledge. Let's go through some news, okay? Oh boy. Do you know that Pete Hegseth farted on live TV? Oh my god, we're gonna start with this. Oh my god, this is exciting. Do you know how I always raid you into Starks? Have you noticed that I like raiding my viewers into Starks? And that I find it very exciting to raid people into Starks? Hello, Dr. Unstoppable. Why are you confused? Also, wait, Dr. Unstoppable. When have you seen me last? How did you find my stream? Okay, a real sensation. There you go. There's great news about the Starks. A real sensation. White Starks return to Chernobyl after 2 decades. Isn't this exciting? The White Storks are returning. Look at this. What glorious birds. I always rate people to the storks. There's this stream of a stork nest in Ukraine, and I always rate people. When nobody's live, I always rate the storks. 6 white storks were spotted resting in the center of the largely deserted town of Chernobyl. in northern Ukraine, marking the first time the birds have returned there in 2 decades. See? They're like, yeah, okay. I guess what's you call it? Yeah, the radiation is fine now, so we can return and nest. Dr. Unstable says, I found you a while ago. I followed then. I guess I'm not around that often, but I'm trying to become more a member of communities. Yes, thank you. Please become a member of my community and help me become a small streamer rather than just a micro one. Does that make sense? Will you help me become not just a micro streamer? Thank you. Thank you. You can learn all about the storks here. I'm a very big stork enthusiast. Stork is considered a big symbol both in Poland and in Ukraine, just so you know. Also, storks bring us children. Without storks, we would not have a big population. Oh, the person I'm responding to is on Twitch chat. Hello, envious political. I like that idea. I'm probably a micro streamer myself. We can do both, try to be small streamers. True. True, true, true. Being a small streamer is nice. The shifting described by ecologists as a real sensation was reported on Monday by Ukraine's Chernobyl Radiation and Ecological Biosphere Reserve. Isn't that exciting that the storks are returning to Chernobyl? Photos shared by the reserve on social media show the birds perched on the roof of an administrative building near the Wormwood Star Memorial, which commemorates the victims of the 1986 nuclear disaster that is synonymous with the town. Look at these glorious birds. My God. For Chernobyl, this is a real sensation. The last nesting of the white stork in the city was recorded 20 years ago, the reserve said. So that's a long time ago. Okay, it's been a while since the storks have returned to Chernobyl. Isn't that right? And here in Ukrainian, they say, oh my God, the storks are back. It added that in recent decades, the storks have only been observed passing through during migration, avoiding prolonged stays in the central area. See, it is a sign that nature is healing and that we are getting less lethal radiation. They are the storks in the radiation open field mine. They feel it with their beaks. A sign of recovery? Scientists say that the return of the birds, a cultural symbol species in Ukraine, actually, I'm pretty sure storks are also a cultural symbol in Poland as well, often associated with rebirth and hope, could incite improving ecological conditions in the area. White stork largely disappeared from the Chernobyl area after the 1986 disaster, when a reactor explosion released high levels of radiation, forcing the evacuation of hundreds of thousands of people. The resulting contamination altered habitats and made the area largely unsuitable for the birds, which prefer open farmland for foraging. The sighting comes just weeks before the 40th anniversary of the nuclear tragedy on April 26th. It's possible, but I think it's gonna be a happy end and the storks will live happily ever after. I think the storks will finally get their happy ending, and I'm here for it. Also, I think this will be one of my better performing videos in history. Okay, I'm finished with the storks, so I'm gonna call my two interlocutors. Who I'm going to super introduce to you on screen now. Hold on. I'm going to add their names. What do you wait? Hold on. Don't go anywhere. Guests. Yeah. Estelle plus Envy. Guests. Yeah, I'm having guests. We're gonna do a reading on PTSD and why stuff happens in life. All right. I'm calling them now, just so you know. They will introduce themselves. Add a heart? Where do I add a heart? There you go. All right, I've added a heart. There you go. Let's call. Does it do Unicode? I'm not sure. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome to this prestigious event.
Hello.
Yes, welcome. Welcome to this micro stream.
That's okay.
I am scooping the President Sunday crowd with this event. Am I right? Am I right or am I right?
Sure, why not?
Also, you're
Sure.
quiet. Hold on. One of you is quiet.
We're quiet.
Envy is quiet.
It's me. I'm always quiet. Except when I'm not quiet.
Okay, I made you
I'm gonna
louder.
share.
But then my mic can't pick me up.
I made you louder. Louder with Crowder. Am I right?
Yeah. That's true.
Is there a way for me to, wait, can you link the thing again?
I can link many things once again. That's a stell. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Right now. But I literally just had the. Okay, we'll just. There we go. I guess I closed my laptop and it took it away from my clipboard.
I shared it on our on your server.
/Reddit. Oh, which server? My server?
Yeah.
Didn't I
Wait,
already share it on my
Je
server?
l'avais acceptable. Wait, is this a French page? Je le passant replace de
The
chilographie
article.
de psychographie. Joël veut arranger autosaki.
Is it in French for you?
Yeah, the page.
There should be a way to change it to English. There is an English version.
Well,
On voir une cité comme le soleil presse.
If you
That's
scroll
awesome.
down, I think the text should be in English.
Well, the article itself is in English, so that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. The page is in French. This is like a fucking. This is this. No, this probably isn't ran by the French government, but there's another page he has that is ran by the French government.
Okay, let's start. I'm gonna do the Jovan treatment with you. Okay, state you already know your names. State your ages and pronouns, please, so that I can debate you too.
I'm Estelle, and my pronouns are she, her, or
Can't even follow directions. Can't even follow directions.
True. True.
Can't even listen to instructions. Can't
True.
believe it.
True. I don't know if you're gonna be good faith if you cannot do that.
Wait, what was there?
Yeah.
What were the instructions? Sorry.
Age
Hello.
and gender
Yeah.
pronouns.
Yeah. Name, age,
ASL.
and pronouns, please.
Are you a boy or are you a girl, Estelle?
I'm a girl, I think. And,
That's not what I asked. I asked you for your pronouns.
She, her, and they, them.
Oh yeah, and they them. Yeah, should I add the they them to your pronouns?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Like, as long as it's not, he, him. Yeah.
Okay. The second guess, please.
Age isn't known. It's not known.
Hello, Richard.
And
we're doing a
you
reading.
can just use any pronouns. I don't care.
Any pronouns? Any all? That's how you usually write, yeah? Any all?
Yeah, that's fine. Sure.
I wrote nay all.
Hey, Richard.
Okay, any all. Perfect. All right. Although now I have to actually copy this. Okay. I messed up. Copy. And I go to React and paste. Whew, that worked. Thank God. Okay. Because I have to show the article on screen. Okay. So who has the best reading voice out of all of us?
I think I think that me and Envy have a pretty equivalent reading voice.
Would you like to do the honors, Envy, of reading the? What's the format? How do we want to tackle it?
Sure, we can. If your little heart's desires, only one of us can read, or me, Estelle, or if you want to read Lucy, you can switch on and off from paragraph to paragraph.
Right. So we want to read a paragraph and then discuss it, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's usually how I do these things.
All right. So if you could stop and then we can see how that goes.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do this.
Introduction, trauma and therapy. Though the notion of trauma and its present-day version of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, allows for wide comparative studies by standardizing experiences ranging from, for instance, the allergic reaction of Peruvian farmer to the painful depression of an American soldier home from the front. It proves to be a dull and difficult concept to use for the therapist intent on treating patients. In fact, even in its current rendition, trauma is an exception in modern-day psychopathology. It is one of the few disorders which hasn't been amended by scientific discoveries, neither in terms of comprehending its mechanism nor in terms of developing successful treatments. This is not the case of most other diagnostic entities. For example, original psychoanalytic classifications and descriptions of the different neuroses have, over time, been completely revised and broken down into different categories and subcategories. Anxiety disorders, dissociative disorders, mood disorders, etc. Most of which may be successfully treated or at least alleviated by medication. Indeed, as a consequence of the discoveries of new and multiple approaches to psychopathology, pharmacological, behavioral cognitive, genetic, etc., 19th century categories of mental disorders have for the most part been diffracted into new, more relevant ones. Yet this is not the case of trauma, which remains largely unchanged as a clinical entity since the late 1800s and early 1900s, despite the fact that it is now classified as an anxiety disorder. Nevertheless, for this type of disorder, psychotropic medication appears to be of limited help, and psychotherapeutic approaches are oftentimes rather unsophisticated, frequently inspired by concepts from the past such as catharsis, even under the modern form of debriefing, which requires the patient to retell the traumatic event in order to relive it and thereby reprocess it both emotionally and cognitively. We must admit our skepticism regarding this type of method, substantiated in recent years by several publications. In point of fact, according to our clinical experience with trauma victims, memory activations is in most cases useless and sometimes even harmful, as it reactivates the pain and fright, in effect producing a new trauma. Indeed, as George Devereux had already noted in 1968, where trauma is concerned, there is no redactic or habituation process. On the contrary, trauma includes a cumulative potentiating effect, which explains the fact that symptoms may sometimes be kindled by a very minor event, long after the initial trauma. This point will be discussed later on in this paper.
All right. I think we can start our discussion here. Any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts.
Actually,
the reason why this interests me,
yeah.
The reason why this interested me specifically is because I have PTSD, and the way that I was treated was very unhelpful.
No. I've been diagnosed with symptoms of it, with signs of it.
And it was like so it felt really good, because it seems like one of the most common things is medication, which for me, medication, like with any of my issues, has never really helped. And I underwent debriefing, and it was very harmful for me, and like I think really put me off ever. It set back my ability to get over my trauma.
I know that this passage reminded me of a little trivia that I heard somewhere, that apparently the brain does not distinguish between what's happening and your memory of it. So when you think of certain things, your brain kind of relives the thing as if it were happening. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's why apparently it's destructive to stress over things, because your brain just treats it as it happening again.
Yeah.
Estelle?
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
Yeah. I think it's pointing out rightly that there is an unsophistication in those methods. That's really not approaching the patient as a person, but rather, there is this thing that we have to make you try. And it's the case with a lot of things in therapy. If you're not responding well, and a lot of time you'll be blamed.
I'm not sure if my therapy ever actually addressed my diagnosis of having signs of PTSD in particular, but my therapy involved me mostly talking about me as a child and how I relate to that child now.
Oh, by the way, before this continues any further, I should also note a little bit of a content warning. It will never get. I don't think it ever got super graphic, but one of the people that he talks about is a man who was a victim of the genocide in forget the country's name. Rwanda.
Rwanda genocide. So the machete one.
Yeah. One of the his account comes up, and it's pretty graphic. There's also talk of a woman who was it was I think it was the Serbian invasion into Albania or something like that, somewhere in the Balkans. I forget exactly who it was, who the people were, but she was victimized in some way, and that's like going to be the first case that comes up.
Actually,
that's not entirely. It's not the one of the man who survived the Rwandan genocide. It's a lot more graphic, but just content warning.
Because that was a very it was a very brutal genocide. Very.
Yeah.
Actually, I know a person that interviewed one of the perpetrators of that genocide.
Mm-hmm.
He talked about how it's like this interview touched upon this very important fact about genocide that I think more people should know. That people that commit genocide see themselves as moral people.
Yeah.
So the person talked to the journalist that I know, and he said that he wanted to do his duty. He didn't just want to leave. He wanted to be part of the community and do his duty and not leave it to others. And he wanted to do his part. And that it's actually really hard work because humans are big animals, and chopping up a human with a machete is hard work.
Yeah.
So pretty gruesome stuff. But fundamentally, that is what differentiates mass murder, for example, from genocide. That people that commit genocide can have a clear conscience because they think that they're doing something that's unpleasant and difficult, but it's necessary for a better world. Does that make sense?
I would say it would depend on the mass murderer as well. Yeah, I wouldn't make a pronunciation about all mass murderers, but it's getting a bit. We're getting a bit away from what's being discussed here.
Yeah, getting a bit away from the trauma itself.
The topic at hand.
Yeah.
All right, I can do the next paragraph. Turning back to trauma as a psychopathological category, interestingly, it is the only mental disorder for which an external cause is clearly identified in the form of a specific type of event experienced directly or simply witnessed by the patient. However, as such, it poses a methodological challenge to psychopathology research and theory. Indeed, the challenge is to develop a model which successfully conceptualizes the traumatic event, offering a specific handling of the event itself, yet offering a specific handling of the event itself. Yet, most models and interventions focus exclusively on individual characteristics of the trauma victim, his or her psyche, biology, or cognitive processes, e.g., debriefing, EMDR, BCT.
What are EMDR and BCT?
I've heard EMDR before.
EMDR is it has to do with the movement of your eyes.
Okay, yeah.
They like that's what it is. I forget what it stands for. Eye movement something. Well, the acronym might actually be EM. No, it is. No, it is EMDR.
Eye movement
Eye movement is
desensitization
yeah.
and reprocessing.
I think Karasu recommended this, if I remember
Yeah,
correctly.
I think it's one of the big things in treating PTSD now.
I think Karasu said that it's good. And the BCT?
BCT. Oh, does that just refer to, okay, I think it might just be behavior change techniques, but that it might be also something else. It's probably it's probably just modified cognitive behavioral therapy for trauma is what is what that'll end up meaning. Because I think this is probably just cognitive behavioral therapy.
Right. Yes.
Continuing, thereby excluding the causal external event and its treatment. Moving beyond the ongoing controversies pertaining to the relevance and effectiveness, or lack thereof, of the most popular present-day approaches to trauma, the central question of the event or events at the root of any traumatic disorder remains, in our view, the most crucial key to understanding trauma and treating its consequences. The following clinical example will illustrate our point.
Right. Also, I've now that I think about it, there's the fact that I actually interview people that have trauma in Ukraine, and they've been talking about techniques that they've utilized to deal with the trauma. The interview that is up on my channel, the film's channel, is with a boy that had big trauma over the building next to his house being destroyed and him being afraid to get out of the house, and then having to manage panic attacks and the physical exercises that he did in order to get that under control, mostly breathing exercises.
Also, Dr. Unstoppable in chat says, so are we defining trauma as a priori a condition resistant to debriefing? No. He's just saying that debriefing isn't necessarily an effective method.
Yeah.
He's not saying he's not saying it doesn't work. It can work, and it does work. But so can also, if you're depressed, talking to a pastor, that can also help you. Well, with some things, or if you're just like having any issue, stuff like that. He's just saying that there's he wants to rethink trauma, especially because as specifically it's going to relate to his practice, which is ethnopsychiatry, which is it'll be generally dealing with people from other places. George Devereaux was like basically the founder of ethnopsychiatry, and he spent time with American Native Americans, and yeah, so it's kind of a thing. Ethnopsychiatry is kind of a weird thing, especially in this, because it's defined. If you look it up, you'll get cross-cultural psychiatry, but that's like not exactly it. It doesn't exactly explain what it's about. There's a lot of stuff that I think is included, especially in the kind that is practiced in France by people like Toby Nathan and Catherine Granzard, the authors of this article.
I think you can find better info on ethnopsychiatry on wait. No, okay, there's on the psychological anthropology page.
I think
Yeah.
the biggest thing that is kind of true and reflects what is being talked about in this article so far is that you will always hear from anyone that deals with trauma, either as a victim of it or as someone that treats it, that it is not something that you can soothe permanently, that it is something that you can manage, right? That it will come up, it will flare up, and that the best you can do is to learn techniques to manage those states, right?
Yeah.
So I think that is something that the author definitely points out in this article, that we haven't actually developed any methods to address it more. And I'm not sure if I want to say substantially, but more. I'm not sure how to say. But you know what I mean, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I know. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, more. Not, I don't even want to say permanently, but more. That would not. More like treatment and less like management. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I've changed the title on Twitch because Estelle has pointed out that it was gaming stream test with new setup. Dr. Unstable says, so I once had a girlfriend who would get panic attacks during math tests. I tried helping her go through the steps of the math problems. In the end, she was expelled from the college. Interesting. I know that the breathing exercises definitely helped that boy that I interviewed with his panic attacks. About the bombing. Like he would extend his hand deep, like, and move his finger along his fingers of the right hand. Breathing, breathe out, breathing, breathe out. Focus on the breathing.
It all depends on the person too.
And also probably depends on the type of trauma, which is important, which is also mentioned in the article, that we have, we have branched out to many different types of things in psychology, but trauma is just trauma.
But the person themselves will be the type of trauma in a sense too, like their history, their lived things, right? Like there's there's maybe correlations that you can find, but in itself, it will be what the person responds best to that.
Yeah, I mean, you have two different things. You have the person themselves, their experience, their life that they've led up to that point, and you have the type of trauma, because the same person different people will react in not in the same way to the same trauma.
Yeah, but at the like the types of trauma will be part of that person.
Yeah,
you can't really dissociate the two of those.
No, I didn't mean that you disassociate. I meant that you kind of have, because you have the trauma itself and you have the person, but two people can experience the same type of trauma
and need different measures, or do well with different techniques, different therapy, different approaches.
Yeah, and they might respond differently, even though they might witness the same thing, right?
Yeah. So that's what I was pointing at.
Yeah. Any thoughts? Envy? Oh, so
I have
Dr.
no thoughts. I'm 2 days old.
Dr. Unstoppable, do we have any indications of when debriefing could be effective, or is it just try it and if it doesn't work, try something else?
Not that I know of. I'm sure we we almost certainly probably have info. I don't think this was actually written. I think this was written like a um uh, in the 2000s because the DSM-5 was that. And I think the DSM-5 was published in 2013. I can just look that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, May 2013. But I don't know if this is actually this. I think this might be. I couldn't find a date, which is very upsetting. Maybe I'll just go through the
Wait a minute.
the things. But I'm pretty sure this is like a little bit of an older article. But I'm sure by now, especially, we probably have info on it. I'd be really surprised if we don't. There's probably something interesting on it. There's probably quite a few things.
Should I read the next thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Clinical observation. In 2000, one of us traveled to Kosovo with several staff members of our ethnopsychiatry team to give a training seminar on the treatment of psychic trauma caused by war. On this occasion, a young Albanian speaking Kosovar woman of about 20 years of age, suffering from alarming symptoms, was introduced to us. She had been practically unable to sleep for the 10 months, wore a fixed, haggard expression on her face, and pleaded for medication which would finally enable her to sleep. Over and over, she had repeated the same story. 3 paramilitary Serbs had come to her village. She had been told many times how the Serbs would kill men and rape women, and when she saw the 3 men, she ran away in terror. The men ran after her and caught up with her inside a barn. There she was faced by 3 men in battle fatigues, their frightening faces smeared with black. One of them waved his hand at the young woman and said, "You, come over here." At that moment, she fainted. How long she had remained unconscious, she didn't know. What had happened during that time? Had she been sexually abused? She couldn't really say. Was it because she was ashamed, or had she truly forgotten? She preferred to think that the man had left her there and gone away. But ever since that day, as soon as she fell asleep, she would see those same 3 frightening men approaching her and wake up with a start drenched in sweat. Those first scary minutes of sleep were then followed by a long night of insomnia. The clinicians who treated her were all convinced that during these moments she'll leave the scene where she had fainted. Yet when we set out to explore in detail exactly what she experienced during what she referred to as her nightmare, a violent constriction of the throat, suffocation, burning sensation on her neck, she gradually described what she in fact perceived. It wasn't the paramilitary troops, but a strange sort of bird coming down from the sky, latching on to her neck and causing her to awaken with a start. Hence the habit of understanding dreams as containing precious messages about a person's past had kept the patient's therapist from soliciting information about her true perceptions. In point of fact, the young woman's dream contained the following information. The extreme fright caused by the sight of the 3 paramilitary Serbs had fractured her being, causing a breach in which a mythical being had engulfed itself, a strange bird, a striga, which returned every night since then. Recognizing the existence of this being exploring in depth with the patient both its nature and technical ways of getting rid of it's sufficient for the young woman to find sleep again that very same night. The reason she had not been able to rest for so long was that her therapists had all suspended their investigation the moment the Serbs appeared in the dream. Understanding and treating the traumatic event at the root of the traumatic symptoms is therefore not as simple as a task as it might seem. After our long interview with the young woman, it was indeed clear that the etiology of her pathology, the origin of the breach in her psyche, was in fact fright. But how and why is fright the cause of disorder? As demonstrated by this particular case, but also many cultural etiological models of fright found worldwide. Fright evidently causes disorder because it puts human beings in the presence of beings from other worlds. Thoughts?
Without getting into the nature of my nightmares, I used to have nightmares of kind of a very a similar weird nature. Never once in one of my nightmares that like that could have been considered related to my trauma did the person who ever like um caused the harm to me like ever show up. It was always either other people or monstrous figures and entities.
Estelle?
I think don't have much to say more than what's written.
In my case, it actually was the direct. In my nightmares when I was a kid, it was directly the cause by. I guess it will differ. In my case, the supernatural would happen to the cause, to the source. That makes sense.
Like there's kind of a shyness that's been talked about of like, oh, we have to focus on the true part of the dream, the part that we think is approaches from what actually happened in the trauma. But perhaps every other part of a nightmare is important.
Yeah.
Or at least merits investigation.
Yeah.
Especially if it's causing such anguish as this woman has suffered.
Yeah, especially since, as I understand it, at least some people posit those more abstract and more supernatural or, well, not directly related to the factual what happened are ways of the brain to try to process the event, to make sense of it, which would be important, right? If you want to deal with the trauma. What do you think?
Yeah.
All right. The nature of traumatic events. Will you do the honors, Envy?
Yeah. The nature of traumatic events. In terms of etiology, practitioners often note two fundamental emotions in relation to a trauma: fright and experiencing death. In fact, both characteristics are included in the very definition of the traumatic event in the DSM-4. Thus, a traumatized person is first and foremost someone who has been frightened. Apparently, the reason a word was created in the field of psychopathology is because the common use of the terms fear or fright had gradually lost their physical connotations. Indeed, the emotional turmoil brought on in a moment of great fright associates sudden and unexpected fear, a physical startle response, an abrupt change in equilibrium, followed by tachycardia, a physical sensation of heaviness in the stomach or chest. The impression, when a frightened person manages to describe the experience, is both one of loss, as if her breath had suddenly been taken from her, and the feeling of an invasion, as though a foreign entity had penetrated by surprise inside her system. And just as in the Kosofar example given above, such powerful fear is provoked when a person is faced with the experience of her own death. Not merely the fear of dying, but the actual living of one's death, of an instant where one knows one is dying or sees oneself dead.
Oh, interesting. That part is interesting. So what do you think?
Oh, I guess I was actually wrong. This might actually be even older than I thought. I thought it also referenced the DSM-5, but it actually didn't. I think I was reading too quickly, and I didn't realize, because I was looking through this for any indication of when this was written. This might actually have been written like really early. It's definitely written after the 2000s because of the notes, but it might have even been written before 2010.
Right.
This might be actually a fairly old article, which is still interesting though.
Yeah. So what do you think?
I really like it. The the focusing on the physical as the as like what fright is.
Yeah.
I used to like I said, I didn't used to. I still do sometimes. I get flashbacks, and no one ever explained like flashbacks to me. And I didn't realize I got them for a while. And I didn't realize I got flashbacks because flashbacks, when they're depicted in media, they're very they're visual.
Mm-hmm.
They are they relate to some visual, primarily sensations. Things happen. The world kind of changes in that way.
Yeah.
For them. When they talk about the reliving of an event, it is not of a physical nature. It is one of re-seeing.
Yeah, isn't being
But
taken visually back to an event.
yeah, but for me, what would happen is, I would I would have like somatic symptoms. I would have feelings in my body,
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. And I I wouldn't ever have the memory happen again, but it would feel like it was happening again. Like I could feel it in my body.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, I understand. I actually understand perfectly. Interesting. And not really, there's this. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. I can relate to that. And there is this interesting part in here. Not merely the fear of dying, but the actual living of one's death, of an instant where one knows one is dying. That is an interesting passage for sure. But yeah, I can definitely relate to experiencing fear in a physical way. Maybe I have flashbacks.
Yeah, it's not simply I'm going to die. I'm going to die. It's I'm dying right now. I'm dying.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm dying.
Yeah.
I'm interpreting what I'm feeling right now as the signs that I'm dying.
Yeah. Clinical observation.
And it might.
Yep.
It's not necessarily about it's a special kinds of feelings, but rather the reconfiguration of interpretations as pointing to being signs of dying.
Yeah. Estelle, have you ever experienced fear in this physical way, like Envy has described?
Not really, no.
No? I have, so I can relate to that.
I'm a very
these things.
untraumatized person.
I experience these things in a pretty physical way, so I can definitely relate to that. Like, also almost like a physical pain. I'm not sure if Envy can relate to that.
Yeah, I think so. I used to get weird physical symptoms when I was really bad. I see it like a cough, or just cough.
Yeah.
And it would cause me to feel like super weak whenever I would cough, and I would like have to and I would have to like I would sometimes like fall, literally just fall over and stuff like that. So yeah, kind of.
Richard the Goat says, I hallucinate sometimes, and therapist suggested it was a flashback. The stimulus was auditory. Polyphonica says, I get nauseous when I'm scared. I have really bad vagal responses. I'll faint from stress sometimes. Yeah, I think it will differ from person to person, but it makes sense that you'd have physical symptoms.
Yeah. Depending on what you mean, by the way, Doctor Unstoppable. Yes, they did refocus it. They actually kind of focused specifically on like a big part of this. A big part of ethnopsychiatry is focusing specifically on how to manage these entities, and that often involves going along with specific cultural practices, and that seems to like it seems to work for some people, but at least the people described here, and in other places when this is talked about.
Because I feel like there's trying to focus on the trueness of one's memories, or their accuracy thereof is not necessarily productive. At this point, you're basically you're not really doing much other than regurgitating the trauma itself. Like working with what was what's happening, what the person is feeling, remembering, or going through at this moment is is that's where you start. You don't start with the trauma as a global event, as an event with a trueness to it. It depends on the type of things. Like if the traumatic event was televised, then, or at least recorded, and the victim is exposed constantly to it, then of course you would have a different approach.
Yeah. Which, by the way, probably interesting enough, that is very interesting, because we have more tools than ever to record these things. So that actually will probably happen more and more often to people, that their trauma will be recorded in some way and will be able to more be visually replayed over and over again, right?
Yeah. Well, it depends too.
Dr. Unstable, it's quite possible that she could act out killing the abuser all she wants and still have lingering problems with mental, physical, and emotional functioning. Well, in this case, it's pretty vague, because we don't even know if the person was assaulted, right?
No, well, she fainted, obviously, from like probably being really fucking stressed over, you know, probably worrying about being like raped and potentially killed as well.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And it's I would really question something like that being used. I'm not saying it's not helpful to maybe talk about things, but when you're talking about debriefing, you are talking about reliving it.
Mm-hmm.
In like every sense of that. When therapists like wanted me to do that, they wanted me to basically be back there.
Yeah.
And in those places like I didn't want to go, I didn't care to go. And like the thing that helped me out of that actually had literally nothing to do with going over it, because I already went over it. I went over it all the time. Because especially because of the nature of the thing I experienced and how it played out later on. I was gaslit for a while, and I would convince myself nothing happened. Of course, nothing happened. And I would have like flashbacks, and I would have like moments where I would remember, and it would come back to me in horrifying clarity. And yeah, I'd be very aware. I'm not saying it can't help. I'm sure it can. I'm sure it probably has. But like it talks about, there is the chance, and it definitely happened with me, especially, that you will make a person traumatized again. You'll make them simply relive the event for no benefit to them.
Right. So you might even bolster the effect, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and you might also, in doing that, might also turn them away from something like therapy or wanting to get help, or they might close off more, because but from people who might be able to help them, even if you have people who don't want to put this person through those things again. You have to be really careful with this stuff, because the we still don't understand a lot, and sometimes methods that work for most people don't work for everyone, and they don't work and people have their own particularities, and stuff like that. And you really have to you have to be really careful.
Mm-hmm. And one thing I think we have to note here is that it's not specifically the traumatic event that's being talked about or relive itself. It's the nightmare. It's the the recurring nightmares that she has every night or so.
Yeah. Do you want to read about the clinical observation?
Yes. Or Estelle can, since it's Estelle's turn.
Yeah, it's Estelle's turn, yeah.
Clinical observation. He stands on a high scaffolding in a Parisian suburb, tightening the bolts in a metal sheet held in place by 4 screws, as he has done many times. The first 2 are easy, but when he goes to tighten the third one, his wrench slips on the bolt. He feels himself falling backwards. He lands on his back after a fall from a height of 10 meters. His head and lower back strike the ground first. He feels the strap of his helmet give way and loses consciousness. He awakens on a stretcher. Men clad in white stand around him. He realizes he is in paradise, in a Muslim paradise, where the dead wear long white gowns. He is x-rayed and tested. Aside from several bruises, he presents no alarming symptoms, no broken bones or hurt organs. A week later, he is discharged from the hospital. Ever since, he suffers without respite from splitting headaches, dizziness, nausea, whistling in the ears, lower back pain, visual disorder, and insomnia. 3 years later, the traumatic pathology, which developed in the wake of his encounter with his own death, is still acute. Many clinicians have encountered similar cases. Faced with the endless repetition of the same narrative, of the same traumatic scene, what can be done? The only way a therapist can possibly stand such a feeling of helplessness for weeks, months, and sometimes years on end, a reflection of the patient's experience of his own death, is by asking the question, why? Why him? Why then? On that day? Because of whom? By doing so, he or she is once more bound to witness the appearance of beings. For instance, so and so had made love to his wife, and later stored the towel stained with semen under the couple's mattress before going to work. That evening, his wife had asked him if he had seen the towel. He told her it was stored in the usual place, but she couldn't find it. Later, he had forgotten about the incident. A week after, he had had the accident. As it turns out, his sister-in-law, his wife's brother's wife, who lives in the same building, had come over that day to borrow sugar. While her sister-in-law was busy with a child, she had crept into the couple's bedroom and stolen the towel stashed under the mattress. Later that day, she had taken it to a sorcerer who had buried it in a cemetery. The point was to harm the couple, most certainly out of spite or jealousy. This was in fact what had happened to the Algerian immigrant worker who fell from the scaffolding mentioned above. Now, There is only one way to recover the towel in such a case. The man must turn to a healer, a master of the spirits, for him to send one of his helper jinns out into the night to retrieve the missing object and thereby save the man from certain death. Thus, trauma is one of the only modern notions for which the knowledge conveyed by by traditional cultures turns out to be decisive. A short review of the etymology of the word fright in several languages will demonstrate how deeply such concepts are embedded in the culture's vocabulary.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, like I I think that for whoever is going through trauma, you have to read talk in their language, in their concepts, in what what they believe in. It I think that's what this demonstrates. Well, depends on how this case has gone, but
right. It kind of, I feel like it talks to the fact that certain images, certain symbols that exist in our daily lives are cultural baggage, so to speak, can be a great tool in treating trauma. Envy?
I have something to say that's related to how I found out about Toby Nathan.
Okay.
How do I? Am I spelling his name right? We'll figure it out. Okay,
P-O-B-I.
No, not that. There's a paragraph where Latour is talking about ethnopsychiatry because he actually went and kind of watched and kind of studied under Toby Nathan for a bit in the early '90s and stuff like that. A patient, he, who a moment earlier in the waiting room was preparing for the examination of his deep or superficial self, finds himself bound up by divinities of whose existence he was almost unaware, finding himself at the same time freed from the obligation of possessing an ego endowed with inner life and consciousness. As a participating observer, he watches others, who only pay him passing attention, as they interrogate aliens who are interested in him only by a fluke. Indeed, this is no longer about him. Perhaps he will be cured by it. But in order to understand this slippage, this sobering up, one would have to offer fetishes a dwelling place once again. Would have to build a dovecote where divinities, like a flock of wood pigeons, could come back to roost and coo to their heart's content. As the session progressed, I understood very quickly that it was not a matter of accepting the actors' cultural representations, of entering into them with the condescending hypocrisy of psychologists and believing in the divinities on the pretext the migrants believe in them, like the mentally disturbed patients in comic strips whose warders, in order to cure them, pretend to be Napoleon. Indeed, it is not a matter of believing or suspending one's ordinary beliefs. The divinities alone are acting, but how and in which world and in what form? Perhaps we are finally going to reap the fruit of our factishes. Oh yeah, that's fine. I don't need to read the rest of it. It'll get into stuff that doesn't make sense. But yeah, it's very important. I just want to read that to make the point clear. What Toby Nathan and what ethnopsychiatrists are engaged with generally is not a case of merely suspending your own beliefs or your own ordinary beliefs, or believing for the sake of curing the patient, but really the patient is in a sense still naive. It's a practice that treats very seriously the notion that divinities, as Latour calls them, in factish gods, enter into contact with us.
Right. Whose turn is it to read now?
It'd be your turn.
My turn. Fright, yeah?
Yes.
How do you read the French word for fright?
Frayeur.
Frayeur. Right. Yeah? Frayeur. Frayeur.
Yeah. That's about it. Yeah.
Yeah. In French, the word frayeur, which comes from the Latin fragor, loud noise, refers to a strong emotion, a great fear. It is associated with the notions of a surprise. A frayeur is always unexpected and of physical start, panting, tachycardia, breathlessness. To experience a frayeur is both to be surprised while experiencing intense fear and to jump in fear. The word effroi refers to an even more intense experience of fright, which seizes and sometimes even petrifies a person. Up until the 19th century, it was still a common idea in France that the mere encounter with an epileptic or with a person suffering from tics was enough to transmit to the onlooker through fright, the same being spirit or demon which afflicted the person. Never look at an epileptic having a seizure because you might catch the devil, was a common saying. But if a human being can be taken over by a being from another world, it is because his own being, his self, or maybe one should say his soul, has fled under the shock of fear. In Wolof Samafitna, which is usually translated "I'm frightened," literally means his or her soul. Feet, soul, life, principle has fled or taking leave of his or her body. In Bambara Diatige, from Dia, shadow, and by association soul, psyche, and Tige, specifically refers to nightly terror caused by the encounter with a supernatural being, such as a spirit, the Din, a sorcerer, Subka, or the soul of a dead person. As in Wolof, the word which expresses the concept of fright means the soul is cut or separated from the body of the person. By extension, Yatige also refers to the psychic disorders caused by fright, in particular agitation or brief psychotic episodes. In Arabic, two words can be used to refer to fright. One of them, sar, though the very widespread is rather literary. It is derived from a root which means to spill, lose one's original shape, or even lose any kind of shape. The other word, kalam, more commonly used in Arabic dialects of the Maghreb, is directly derived from the verb meaning to uproot, to extract violently. The first word sar was largely used in medieval Arabic medicine, and after a series of metonymies came to refer to disorders, including chaotic physical agitation, which modern authors identify as epilepsy or hysteria, but which are closer to what anthropologists and ethnopsychiatrists describe as possession disorders. Once more, then, we are in the presence of a word which refers to both fright and to the etiology of a disorder caused by the occupation of the inner world of a human being by another non-human being. As for the word kala, which can be translated as uprooted soul, it is very similar to other traditional etiologies, as in Bambara or Wolof is used to describe chaotic pathologies ranging from pediatric autism to psychomotor agitation syndromes, and including the entire scope of defensive reactions to the environment, such as mutism, echolalia, and echopraxia, and coprolalia. In Spanish and Portuguese, susto or start also means fright and refers in Spain, Portugal, but also in Latin America to depressive type disorder, and etiology of which is once again an encounter with a being from another world who chases the victim's soul from his or her body in order to take its place. In Peru, among the Quechua people, the symptoms of susto include the gradual weakening of physical strength, isolation, behavior, anorexia, and insomnia. According to the Quechua, the disorder, which common even in big cities, is caused by the capture of the victim's soul by the earth or by one of its representative deities. The Hakka Chinese of Tahiti interpret a series of symptoms as the result of frightening experience, Haktao, which has separated the person, often a child, from his double, which can therefore no longer reach its original location. The healer must do everything in his or her power to retrieve it through persuasion, promises, tricks, intimidation, or threats. In Kirundi, the language spoken in Burundi, the same root kanga is found in a series of words related to the notion of fright. Silvestre Barancitra explains the following. Gukanga means frightened. Kwikanda means to start. Gukanga kurika means to wake up frequently while shivering, to sleep agitatedly, to be on the lookout and start frequently. Meanwhile, Igikangi refers to an invisible being found in the wilderness, marshes, chasms, bushes, or the depths of the earth. Its presence can be detected through smoke rising from bushes in the early morning or evening, or through sparks in the night or unexpected noises, which sometimes resemble cattle sounds or simply when the vegetation stirs, even though there is no wind, as in many African countries. The swirls of dust rising from the ground at sundown also indicate the presence of the frightening spirit. People say such swirls are in fact the signs of the spirit from beneath the sacred python on its way to the drinking throw. A sudden cold or hot or numbing feeling is also a sign. These spirits of the wilderness have their own autonomous lives, and like the Dijins and Ijun in Arabic cultures, they also marry, have children, raise cattle, and practice the same faith as humans, namely the traditional region of the Barundi, the Kobandwa possession cult. It sometimes happens that an Ibikange or Ibume spirit may call out someone's name as that person passes by at sundown or in the wee hours of the morning. He or she who answers the risk illness, madness, or even death. skin allergies, the sudden swelling of joints, paralysis of arm, mustim. The etiology of such pathologies is the encounter with spirits, the victim having been frightened by his or her meeting with bush spirits, such as their terms. Ikugume is frightening ghost, a monster, a wild and malevolent spirit, or the spirit of a person who died a violent death and wasn't buried and who returns to haunt the living. Thus, in Burundi, like in many cultures around the world, the language itself contains the theory of fright, which we are becoming familiar. Fright shatters the person's self and thereby allows the entrance of an invisible non-human being. The pathology which ensues referred to as trauma, traumatic neurosis, or PTSD in our own psychiatry is nothing other than the manifestation of the invisible being inside the person. The therapy should then consist of expelling this being, or at the very least, in taming it. Let me see something, okay? The etymology of the Polish word fear. Also, I want to address what is being said in the Twitch chat. Dr. Unstoppable says, all this culturally sensitive psychology seems unscientific and unreproducible. If the diagnosis is objective, then it shouldn't matter what a culture the subject is. I'm not sure I entirely agree. Because...
Like, you have to... like, there is no distinction between nature and culture. People, especially when you're talking about someone's psyche, or how they are constituted in the world. Even if you're more resistant to the claim that of a corporeal becoming, or a corporeal nature being the same as culture, is like, people are formed by their cultures.
Right.
You cannot simply assert a universal human in those terms.
Yeah, I feel like we're missing, by saying that the diagnosis like this is unscientific, we're missing the point a little bit, because the point isn't that the specific culture is the key. I think that this whole thing was saying that there are certain symptoms and there are certain ways, by the certain words and symbols by which certain cultures dealt with those symptoms, and by approaching patients through that symbology and things that they know, we can reach them better and help them better. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I also want to say we need numbers, not words. No, we do not need numbers. Numbers. What Toby Nathan is doing doesn't have anything to do with numbers. You can't define. You can't use numbers to define what PTSD is. Like, I'm just sorry, especially when talking very specifically about the experiences going on with these people. That just isn't how that works, and that isn't how this works. You can use numbers when symptoms are already defined, already put into a specific configuration, a certain pattern. But before then, you actually can't use numbers, and it's not useful to use numbers. If you don't know what the thing is, you can't do anything for it. And there's also something very important too. As well, by the way, well, you can just say, well, we just need to. Well, people have this experience. We know what trauma is, and well, Toby Nathan's kind of saying, well, do we actually really have a good idea of what trauma is? Trauma really hasn't seemed to change much since since like the days of psychoanalysis, like the early days of psychoanalysis. PTSD should be diagnosed with EEG behavioral. EEG behavioral diagnosis is very limited. I don't know anyone who has a PTSD diagnosis that had an EEG used, and I think if you, I don't know anyone who had that used in that way. So I'm sure there's something you're getting at, but I'm just saying that kind of just isn't how I think these things actually end up playing out. And
like, what does the EEG tell you, basically?
Yeah.
The EEG will tell you about. But wait. But why are you? Why are you
Okay.
saying
Well,
PTSD should be
that's why.
diagnosed with EEG?
Yeah.
Are you stating an aspirational state of affair? Because
Yeah.
you think that EEG is a perfect way to diagnose PTSD?
But I think saying that PTSD should be diagnosed with EEG is kind of also missing the point, because this article does not speak of diagnosis, it speaks of treatment.
No.
And EEG diagnosis does nothing for the treatment, because it just identifies biomarkers associated with post-traumatic stress disorder, right?
And to do so, you already have to have it to find out what post-traumatic stress disorder is before you even use the EEG. Because otherwise, you're just taking an EEG of a person. That's all you're doing. You can't do it otherwise. You have to mark something out beforehand, and figure stuff out that way. Otherwise, it like literally wouldn't work.
Right.
The marking out has to happen like before you even engage with the EEG. It would have to be something kind of notice ad hoc after we already have the thing. Already have the thing. I agree, but what you also have to understand is I'm not exactly sure any of these things are homogeneous enough to really be grouped in that way. I'm also not sure that I've known people who have experienced PTSD and other things that I've experienced too. I have mental health issues of varying kinds, and the diagnosis should only be used if knowing the diagnosis helped the patient. Because a diagnosis alone doesn't help the patient. The patient knows what they experience.
Yeah.
You don't need to tell them.
Yeah. The focus of the article is treatment, not
Yeah.
necessarily the diagnosis.
And I'm wondering, what would you think EEG would do here?
I mean, it could. The purpose of the EEG is to basically what you associate with PTSD would make certain parts of the brain flare up, right? In EEG. And you could also, I guess, identify the intensity of that.
Yeah.
But that's diagnosis.
Is that
but
something
that doesn't
that
really
requires an EEG? You could ask the patient.
You can, but I guess it helps when you want a measurable kind of like stuff.
Well, if the measure help the patient, sure,
but again, we're discussing diagnosis, and the point of the article is not really how do we diagnose, it's what do we do to help people with it.
Yeah.
It's the treatment itself that we don't really have much of a grasp on effective treatment, not that we don't have a grasp on identifying whether or not somebody has PTSD to begin with.
Yeah. And even if we had the perfect information on everything that's going on, like every atom, every movement that happens inside of someone's brain, it's still doubtful that it would get us any closer to proposing a treatment.
Like placing EEG as the alternative to approaching things from a cultural standpoint it's not really like we're talking about two different things, right? Because we're talking about communicating with the patient as part of their treatment, not as part of figuring out if they have PTSD.
Yeah.
Like we're using symbols and things that they are familiar with in order for them to be able to process things better.
Notice, by the way, in the descriptions of what he's been talking about, I don't think he's ever described the two patients so far as having PTSD. I don't think he's ever used the word in relation to the patients. He specifically what he specifically described is the symptoms they experience.
Because
the like physical manifestations of the things themselves of like these events themselves.
Yeah.
Would it direct treatment better?
Yeah, I'm not sure. If there was found to be substantially different treatments for these groups of people, but that would probably come out in the fact that some people don't respond to treatment well and others do. And so you would develop new treatments already. I don't know why you would just automatically assume that that one form of treatment wouldn't work. Like across things, whether it be acute or non-acute, or it be chronic.
Based on the diagnosis alone as well.
Yeah, but I think we're still discussing diagnosis versus treatment. And I feel like when we with like the A little bit of an accusation was that the cultural thing makes it less objective and more just abstract and not real. But the author of this article, as I understand it, isn't saying we should use we should use we should use supernatural magic to treat PTSD. It's more like there are certain very real symptoms, and different peoples have found different ways of describing those symptoms. There's very real symptoms. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So there's a reality behind the description. It's that the description is more familiar to the person that you work with, right?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Dr. Anstopoulos says, like, if we knew objectively the subject didn't have DID, then treatment would be different than one who did have DID. Maybe. I don't know. Sure. Possibly. Maybe it would. I don't know why you. I don't know why you. I don't know why you just say that it would.
But like, it's not even about disagreeing with the diagnosis itself, right? Because you're still operating on the basis of diagnosis. If someone describes symptoms or describe living symptoms that are closer to some diagnosis or one another, why would you? How would you use an EEG to discredit that? Like, you're doing the you're doing the diagnosis. You're doing like, how does that help the patient? That the how does the EEG help the patient?
Yeah.
In that way, it's contracting a diagnosis.
Yeah.
Like, people don't live out disorders, don't live out diagnoses like as things. They live symptoms, and the symptoms, the things that are like that are harming them, or that that they are going through, are the things you have to solve, not the EEG.
Yeah, but again, this article is not really tackling diagnosis.
Yeah.
It's tackling treatment, as far as I understand it.
As soon as you're not dealing with symptoms, then you're like, as soon as you're not dealing with what the person is going through, what they're living, and instead using some other metric, then you're basically just solving that metric. You're not actually helping them.
Yeah.
Like, it may go hand in it might go parallel to each other. It might help, it might not help, but like, at this point you've kind of given up on helping the patient directly. What if the person has an EEG that's completely normal, or that exposes a different mental condition, but that's actually unrelated to the symptoms that they are feeling. What do you do?
Lobotomy.
It might not be something that's necessarily possible, but it's a question on what do you. So you're saying if we solve the condition that is not the subject's lived experience, then we aren't solving this real problem, just symptoms? Well, the real problem is the symptoms, is the things that the person is going through, the things that impair them in everyday life.
Yeah, you wouldn't for most mental health diagnoses, you don't need to have all of the symptoms to to be diagnosed with it. You just need to meet a sufficient threshold of symptoms to be diagnosed with something, along with other stuff to differentiate between things. There'd probably be civic like markers and stuff of how things would present that it would be talked about.
The real problem is the real
I don't know.
problem is
I don't know what that means.
the things that the person is going through, and
yeah,
it may be that it expresses itself in brain waves. Sure, but that's another expression of it. That's not the real illness. There's no real mental illness in itself. The seeing seeing it in the way of a physical illness. Not to say that the notion of a physical illness is not problematic in itself.
I'm not even sure if we can discuss it in terms of abnormal brain waves. Because there are normal brain waves. They're a natural reaction to the thing that happens, right? That causes the fear or stress. Those are the brain waves that flare up because of that. So they're not abnormal in that sense. They're very normal. Does that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you keep saying, you keep making it seem like, oh, we're getting at the real thing inside of the brain that we have to solve the illness, but
it's like I guess the example I would use,
at the surface.
Like if you touch a hot stove and you have this instinct to take your hand away, right?
Yeah.
That's because of a brainwave that is sent to you that makes your hand like flinch and move away. But that's not an abnormal brainwave. That's normal, right? Does that make sense?
I mean, I'm not sure how it would express itself in terms of brainwaves, but like.
But there's a signal that is sent to your brain that to make your hand move away. But
yeah, but I'm not sure if.
What I'm saying is that when you experience certain things, of course, it will have a reaction in your brain, but that's not an abnormal reaction. It's just a physical reaction to what's happening to you and in your environment.
Yeah. Wait. And then you tried cephalogram is basically a single wave reading. Is that it? Or is that more a more 3D or 2D thing?
If the output of the black box no longer indicates seeing negative effects on mental, physical, and emotional functioning, then the subject is cured, right? Yeah, but in this case, you can just ask the patient if they're still experiencing the things, right? Because that's the problem. That's the problem with that is where this method will fail, actually, because where do you check for the negative effects if different things can trigger the trauma, and that will cause the patterns in the brain to flare up, right? Like you can test for things that would cause the signals in the brain, but what if something completely different will trigger it that you cannot account for?
Yeah, like there's like the viewing of mental conditions as illnesses analogizable to physical illnesses in that way. Not to say that physical illnesses are that are uncomplicated in that way is not it leads you astray. There's no underlying disease. The disease is at the surface at every time. If we call it a disease, the condition, the issues that the person is feeling.
There's actually a really old school way of approaching mental health that you can just. Like I read a book that was old, that is very old as it is, about this approach being outdated, that you can just medicate a person's problems away and they will become a healthy individual. But the book points out that for let's say that you live in very traumatic circumstances and your family is very dysfunctional, or your job is very stressful, or you're just in an environment that causes stress and that triggers deep psychological problems. Like you can medicate the symptoms away, but the environment will stay, and as long as you're in that environment, the problems will resurface, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like and no, Dr. Unstoppable. It is not proposing a single path of treatment.
I also hold on. I also just want to say, I don't know what you mean by cured, but if you mean the thing goes away, I don't think that's often how people live these things.
No.
Especially with something like PTSD.
With trauma, that's
things
basically
stick around.
Yeah. That is what I said earlier. That it is very, at least as we know these things right now, as we treat these things right now, there is no method of making those things. There is no cure. Like there is a management of these states. They will flare up, they will come back, and all you can do is learn to manage those states, to live with them and to not be overtaken by them. That is the treatment of trauma.
I agree with what you're saying. It's possible the treatment will create an incomplete or mass cure. That doesn't mean a cure isn't possible. Yeah, but right now, you're not talking about anything that's like, sure, a cure might be possible, but we haven't found a cure.
Also, I'm not even sure if I would use the term cure. Treatment would be the word that I would use.
Yeah.
Because it's not a physical illness. It's not a virus that you kill, that you cure.
It's like, even if there was like a lasting way to in all or most of patients dealing with this, to just like completely get rid of it. Symptoms completely stop. They never crop up again. Whether that be through a consistent medication route, whether that be through some form of psychotherapy, or literally any other means. Like, we don't live in that world. We have to deal with people and treatments that actually do exist. We don't. If there is a way to completely stop those things in that way, that's like effective and good for the patient. Sure, let's use that. But we don't have that.
Yeah.
But we don't have that. So
Yeah,
it's
that is a very consistent thing that the psychologists that I have been talking with in Ukraine have been talking about, that it is very important to understand that the trauma that the children experience, that these things are not like a broken bone that you can just put on a cast, wait,
Yeah.
it grows, then it heals and you're done. Like these are things that the children have to deal with constantly, and they have to have, like, you don't cure the children from their trauma, you give them tools to deal with the trauma. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And it's kind of, and focusing on the body or therefore the brain of the individual is also more often than not helpful. Well, okay, maybe I'm
Well, depends on
overstating
what
it,
you, it
but
depends on
in
what you
another,
mean when you say focus on
yeah,
the body, because the breathing exercises are pretty helpful in that, and that does
yeah,
focus on the body. But I know what you mean.
but if you are in situations that that cause you trauma, if you are in let's say a difficult living situation, or you're homeless basically,
Yeah.
or you are in a war zone, let's say,
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
it you the cure might not just be about um about uh, about solving the brain itself, but ameliorating your circumstances.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
Like I feel like the best thing that any psychiatrist or therapist would hope for to help their patients would in Ukraine would be the end of hostilities.
Yeah.
That would help a lot of their patients,
Yeah.
even prevent future patients.
Yeah, although even that gets more complicated, because as the, like, it always gets more complicated, because with the, in the case of the children that are kidnapped, like many psychologists that I talk to stress that just the war is a compounding factor. There is also the backgrounds of the children themselves, what kind of family they come from, and how that affects how they deal with the trauma of the war itself, and etc., etc.
But it certainly can't hurt.
Yeah, of course.
That there's an end to the hostilities, and that the situations in which people are placed that lead to trauma are.
But the point is that it's not just a mechanical injury that happens to your body that you can just heal and voila, you're whole again.
But you're still talking about something deeper than the symptoms, like they're unstoppable. The symptoms are what constitutes the illness. There's nothing more. There's nothing.
Yeah, there's
less.
not a mental health. There's not a mental illness virus that invades your body. Like, talking about it in these terms is actually a little bit like the cultural evil spirit entering your body that you exercise, but in a more medical language, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but well, there's different ways of talking about it. When you're talking about a traumatic event, like that's very much a thing from outside, entering you forcefully. in many ways.
Whose turn it is to read? Clinical narrative.
It's my turn. Wahahaha.
All right.
Ooh.
I think this is the
I get to read
Rwanda.
long.
The Rwanda case will be here.
Yes, it is. Yes. One second. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah. No, this will be the Rwanda case. It goes into it quite a bit, so be prepared. Everyone, and also anyone who does not want to listen to horrible, tragic events be recounted.
Yeah, Rwanda genocide was particularly brutal due to the nature of it and how it was enacted.
All right. Clinical narrative. We will turn now to a case where fright indeed caused an invisible being to enter a person, albeit one which is both socially acceptable and even valued, at least in the cultural context in question. A brief historical reminder will prove useful in understanding the story. Since the late 1950s, Rwanda and Burundi, both of which acquired their independence in 1962, have been plagued by political instability marked by the assassination of presidents, military pushes, and episodic massacres. In the 1990s, such massacres reached the scale of genocide. Among them, the 1994 event in Rwanda remained by far the most ghastly and incomprehensible. They were triggered in the early morning of April 6, 1994, by the shooting down by ground-to-air missiles of the airplane carrying the president of the country as it was preparing to land at the Kigali airport, the country's capital. The presidential guard, and the Interahamwe, a Hutu militia under the government's command, immediately took over and set out to carry out a plan to physically eliminate every single Tutsi living in Rwanda. Within a few weeks, the country had literally become a bloodbath. River waters turning red with the blood of countless bodies, corpses by the tens of thousands littering the roads. 4 months later, 1/8 of the country's population had been brutally murdered by organized mobs wielding machetes, clubs, billhooks, and less often guns.
Yeah.
6 months earlier, similar events, though on a smaller scale, had taken place in Burundi, a country largely made up of the same populations as Rwanda. In October 1993, following the assassination of the first Hutu president, at least 300,000 people had been massacred in retaliation using similar non-industrial means. After the 1994 killings in Rwanda, the United Nations declared that Rwanda had been the site of a genocide perpetrated by the Hutu against the Tutsi, a genocide which took the lives of between 800,000 and 1 million people. The institutional recognition of the genocide led to the creation by the Security Council of an International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, ICTR, based in Arusha, Tanzania. As for the killings in Burundi, they have yet to receive an international status. Meanwhile, no one has been judged or even accused by the extremely weak Burundian court system. Moreover, in order to downplay daily strife, amnesties have been repeatedly granted by different governments.
Yeah, that is.
The following account was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, you go. No, you're good.
I was just saying that that's the big struggle with, but that is a little bit of a different topic. But that's the big struggle with genocide, international law, and how the whole thing is recognized and prevented and prosecuted. There's just a lot of genocides. Raphael Lemkin, when he was on his deathbed, declared that his idea of genocide, that his idea of making sure that genocide is stopped and punished has failed. So, because the countries would be able to get away with it, and sadly it seems that he was correct.
Yeah. The following account was collected in November 2003. In the context of a training session on the psychological treatment of victims of mass trauma organized at the University of Bujumbura, Burundi. The speaker is the young man himself, whose name we have changed to Jean Chrysantome. On October 21st, 1993, President Ndadaye, who was a Hutu, was assassinated. For the Hutu, he was killed by the Tutsi. Groups of Hutu men set out to kill the Tutsi, barging into houses. I was at home with my brothers. We didn't really know what was going on. Outside, a group of Tutsi men was formed, but it was too small to stop the assailants. When they saw that they were too few, they ran away. I was with my brothers. There were 3 of us. We decided to flee in different directions. I went out into the street. I met a woman who was on her way to draw water from the well. I asked her where the killers were, and when she answered me, I thought she was lying, and I decided to run in another direction. I hid in the forest for the entire day. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, I thought people weren't killing anymore because of the quiet. I decided to leave the forest and to walk towards Maranza. The moment I set foot on the road, I ran into a group of 30 to 40 men carrying flashlights, machetes, clubs, all sorts of things they were using to kill. They ordered me to stop, but I ran into a house and locked myself inside. They followed me and broke down doors and windows. I hid inside to avoid the rocks they were throwing. They entered the house and told me to come to them. I had to obey. They searched every inch of the house. They were looking for other people, but I was alone. They ordered me to step outside, and once I did, they started to strike me with their machetes. They accused me of not having heeded their orders. They didn't tie me up, as they usually did, so I managed to protect my head, thanks to which I survived. I avoided some of the machete blows that way. They were all trying to hit me with their machetes. At one point, I heard someone say, "Be careful, don't let him get away," and I realized that I had to try. To my left, there were a lot of people, but on the other side of me, there weren't as many, and I managed to slip through their legs. 2 men ran after me. I fell once, twice, and the 3rd time they caught up with me. But one of my attackers also fell, and I grabbed him by the throat and pressed as hard as I could. I also grabbed the bill hook he wanted to use to kill me, but I caught it by the blade and hurt myself. I thought that if I let it go, he would retrieve it. The other guy was shouting, calling to his friends. The 3rd guy came, he had a club and hit me on the back. I let go of the bill hook and lay down on my back. One of them had a torch lamp. He realized I wasn't dead. My heart was beating very fast. I'm not sure what happened next, but I lay there without moving, and they thought I was dead. They consulted each other to decide where to dispose of my body. They looked for a latrine in which they could throw me. They were saying there shouldn't be any trace of blood. They picked me up and carried me towards the latrine. Since I was still slightly conscious, I tried to block the entrance with my knee. The club hit me on the leg, and I fell to the bottom of the latrine, which was about 10 to 12 meters deep. When I hit the bottom, I realized the latrine hadn't been used yet. I was aware that I was bleeding, but I didn't know where. I had lost my shoes, but not my socks, so I used them to wrap my wounds. Then I passed out. A night and an entire day went by. Towards evening, I started to dream. In my dream, I saw my friends, the ones I had been with before the whole thing started. I saw someone trying to build a house on top of me, a kind of tower like a latrine. I called out to him, asking for help, and told him I was hungry and cold. The person didn't budge. I shouted that if I ever managed to get out of the place, he would be sorry. Then I heard a voice saying, "Take a ladder and get out of there." There was no one. It was still a dream. Then I saw light from the setting sun. When I reached out for the ladder and saw the light, I regained consciousness. I realized there was no ladder and that I was alone. Gradually, I realized where I was. First, I thought I was in a reservoir. When I realized there was no exit, I thought maybe I could use the holes in the walls of the latrine to climb out. That's what I did. Since I'm Christian, I prayed to God for his help to climb out of this hole. One of my fingers had been practically torn off, but part of it was still attached to my hand. I tried to tear it off completely with my teeth, but I didn't succeed. So I folded it back inside my hand. My wounds were all painful, and I used my elbows to climb. I felt dizzy, so I stopped for a while, resting against my back. Then I continued to climb. When I was about to reach the top, I banged myself against some rocks and hurt my shoulder, but I managed not to fall back down. Once I was out, I stood still for about 5 minutes, looking around me, not realizing where I was nor what had happened to me. Then I thought I needed to hide somewhere. The first building I saw was a school run by nuns. I noticed a small group of sentries watching out for fugitives. I entered the school. I forgot to tell you that my clothes had been torn off and I was in my underwear. I was bloody and covered with mud. A nun closed the gate behind me and told me to hurry inside, but I couldn't go any faster, so she waited for me. The first thing I said was, "I'm hungry," but when food was brought to me, I couldn't eat a thing. So I drank milk first, and gradually I regained some strength. We were a group of people in the room specifically set up for consultations at the University of Bunjambura. Among the young psychologists, several had lived through the same events, but none had been so close to death. Everyone listened closely to Jean Chrysostom's story. When someone asked him where he had found the strength to resist, he answered that God had entered him. At that moment of the most intense fright, God, who had manifested himself in the latter dream and given him the strength to climb out of from the chain. Since then, Jean Chrysostom, both clinical psychologist and pastor in an evangelical church, prays and heals, guided by the same being who appeared to him during those 24 hours spent at the bottom of the latrine. Fucking, that's really heavy. It's really fucking heavy when I read this. I like remember almost crying the first time, and like I think I like started to cry a little bit, and I'm like about to cry again listening to that story. It's really sad.
Yeah. Well, other people weren't so lucky.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if it's to talk about luck, he still got away with. He still had this all with him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you have to remember that there was a very for some people those were very personal events. There were perpetrators that would have families that would be their neighbors and they would just go out and butcher their neighbors with machetes.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
they were very
and all the sexual abuse, the inhumane things that they played with their victims. That has to take a special, or there was a very specific context in which this happened.
Yeah.
And this was possible.
Yeah.
Shall I read?
Yeah.
Or is it Lucy? All right.
Unless anyone has anything more to say, you can read.
The cumulative process of trauma. In the 3 clinical examples provided so far, the traumatic event, through the process of fright described above, caused the victim to come into contact with another hidden world. In all 3 cases, this second hidden world was culturally available to a person, even though he or she had paid little attention to it in his or her daily life. In the first example, up until the traumatic event, the world of Strigas had no direct relevance to the young woman who had probably heard of these terrifying beings in stories and legends and had never thought she would personally had anything to do with them. Yet, her encounter with the threatening Serbs all at once put her in intimate contact with this hidden world, henceforth forcing her, as well as her therapist, to acknowledge its existence and contend with it. Similarly, as long as the Algerian immigrant worker had been more or less smoothly carrying out his daily routine in France, building a life for himself and his family there, he had little reason to think or care about witchcraft, or about the jinns. Here again, the fright caused by the accident, the experience of waking up in the world of the dead, changed that. His post-traumatic symptomatology was alleviated only once the other world, characteristic of his culture of origin, had been recognized, and he received proper expert treatment within the framework of that other hidden world. In both these examples, as in many such cases, the traumatic event put the victims in contact with the hidden world within their respective cultural context. In terms of therapy, the first step towards curing this type of patient is to give credit to the non-human and visible beings recognized and described as such by the patient's cultural tradition. In our experience, a single session is often enough to obtain significant improvement. Though similar to the first two, Jean Chrysostome's case, on the other hand, is slightly different. Following his traumatic experience, Jean Chrysostome did not develop post-traumatic symptoms as did our first 2 examples. Quite the opposite, as a matter of fact, since after living through his own death and resuscitation, Jean Chrysostome took on the responsibilities of a public figure, both a healer and a religious leader. In his case, rather than putting him in contact with traditional and visible beings of his cultural world, extreme fright, experiencing death, and coming back to life, forced him to contend with forces which are presently taking over Burundi, and to actively participate in the construction of a new social reality. In effect, Christian churches of all imaginable denominations, as well as cults of Christian inspiration, are rampant throughout Central Africa and are currently becoming the leading political forces in the region. Incidentally, Jean Chrysostome's experience suggests the way in which the traumatic process can be, and very often is, deliberately used as a political tool to bring about radical transformation and set up a new world. Though in his case he was destined to die by his aggressors. The very fact that he survived is living proof that Jesus is indeed his personal savior. His subsequent transformation or transfiguration nevertheless clearly demonstrates how orchestrating someone's death and rebirth through the use of fright can be a powerful psychological and political tool, allowing for a complete and irreversible transformation of the person. Indeed, for this very reason, trauma is a tool well known to traditional cultures, as shown by the structure of numerous initiation rites around the world. For the same reason, it is also a tool more and more frequently put to use by present-day radical political and religious groups.
Yeah. Also, yes, the radio was a big tool in the Rwanda genocide.
Yeah. I mean, those are two big paragraphs, and I think there's that. Well, do we have things to say about them?
Yeah, I was gonna leave it until you finish, but if you want to stop now, I can talk about it.
Yeah.
I do think it is very important. The recognition of trauma as like a it transforms you. Whether this be because of sexual abuse, physical abuse, neglect as a child, or even sometimes having specific mental or medical conditions, like mental health conditions, or just like medical conditions, are like they radically restructure your way of existing and relating in the world in ways that are irreversible. They can't be undone.
Yeah.
Even if you got rid of the symptoms, they can't be undone.
This is why talking about a cure in itself, well, if we're talking about a cure of a physical illness, usually it's a return to the function of a member, or of an organ, or just general function. But if we're talking about a cure to a mental illness caused by trauma, or to a mental condition, there's really no going back in a lot of ways. You cannot really talk about it in those terms.
Yeah.
You can a broken bone can be mended, or an amputated bone. You can still walk with an amputated leg, though still in different ways. And we shouldn't. I shouldn't re-simplify physical illness like that, because it still can transform. But in a lot of ways, those things can be, you can recover the use of your faculties.
Yeah.
In your physical faculties. But mental trauma, well, sure, you can find a way to function better function better in the world, but you can't really go back to the way you functioned before.
Yeah. And of course, this fragment touches upon a very important aspect of trauma, that is that it can be manufactured and used to mold someone or direct someone into something that you want them to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, shall we continue?
Yeah.
Yeah, will you continue or should
I
Yeah.
I can, yeah, I can continue reading.
Okay.
The transforming power of trauma pertains to the cumulative aspect of the traumatic process. If we accept the idea suggested by cultural fright etiologies that extreme fright shatters the person, thereby putting him in contact with beings from another unknown world, then the primary effect of trauma is a breakdown of the person's former habitual world. In its place, as we have seen, a new hidden world is revealed. Yet, if and when this process is repeated several times, the culturally accepted hidden or unknown world and beings, revealed by the initial traumatic event, will in turn be shattered, putting the victim in contact with beings and worlds previously unknown not only to him or her but to mankind. This, indeed, explains the isolating effect of cumulative trauma, the victim gradually becoming the only person on Earth to know of hidden worlds which no one else can see or perceive. Thus, with each new traumatic event, the person's usual everyday world loses meaning until it has become totally senseless and empty, obligating the victim, and also his or her therapist, to construct a neo-world in which a section of events and their implications make some sort of sense. The following account, written by an Auschwitz survivor, is both a chilling and articulate description of this process. At the time of the excerpted incident, the author has been in Auschwitz for some time. He has run into a man he knew from Paris and followed him to his block, hoping to get some extra soup. I'm gulping the contents of a dish of soup when lightning strikes me. A voice announces, Lager Speer, camp closed, curfew. What am I doing here? I drop the dish and race out of the door. I won't make it this time. I'm dead. The reason I sample. I'm not in my own black in time for the curfew. For an SS, if it isn't an attempted escape, then what is? I run and run and run, expecting a burst of machine gun fire from one of the marauders. No one could avoid it. Each surveillance post watches over a sector within its range, and it's impossible to find cover. The only solution would be to throw myself against the electrified barbed wire fence. I discovered true fear. Not just anxiety, not just heightened imagination, but reality. I am the prime target of all the SS machine gunmen. The only question is, which one of the marauders will be the first to fire? At that precise moment, I stopped being part of the normal world, acquiring my new skin, the skin of a camp prisoner. Until that instant, I knew instinctually what was going on in the Liga. That evening, I lost all contact with my peers by perceiving relations between human beings from a perspective I hadn't suspected, namely, relations governed by the absence of laws. In effect, I am a solitary participant in an absurd game, the rules of which no one can master, since each SS has the right to improvise according to his mood. For me, the name of the game, winner or loser, is death. From now on, I am a Häftling, a full-fledged convict, with a thing with a human face. The SS refers to the parties as Stück, a piece or a part. A piece of metal, wood or metal, has value, at least commercially. The schtuck I have become has no value whatsoever, be it aesthetic, moral, or commercial. I can be thrown away or burned. From now on, I am part of this world of spare parts. I am but a very small piece of a new world I couldn't have imagined, even though I am fitted into it. Trauma, then, is a process whereby something happens not just to the person, but to the world itself, thereby rendering the victim permeable to new ideas, open to the advent of a new order, in search of new meaning. This is one of the primary dangers of cumulative trauma. Once the person has been opened up by successive traumatic events, he or she is vulnerable to all sorts of social, political, religious, and/or esoteric forces and ideas, sometimes simultaneously, sometimes experimenting one proposition after the other in an endless search for meaning. The work of the therapist, in these cases, is to strive to both identify and construct, together with the patient, the new world heralded by the traumatic events and establish the patient's place in it. Not a simple task.
Yeah.
There I can. Sorry, I'm going to respond to Dr. Unstoppable. Then again, you're framing it as like a thing in itself, the thing underlying the symptoms. The At this point, one's life is a condition. One's consciousness, one's psyche is the entire condition. The thing isn't to cure it. You'd have to turn back time to do that.
Or erase someone's memory of the event.
Even then, memory isn't that simple. You would have to literally turn back time. The trauma is not the self, but there's no consistent self. There's no like deep true self that is being deformed temporarily by or that remains beneath the trauma, beneath everything. It's
yeah. If you are, I guess a simple way to say it would be if you are some of our experiences, that trauma is also one of those experiences. It becomes a part of us. We cannot erase the experience.
Yeah. And when we see people having radical life transformation, like the person mentioned above, Jean Chrysostome, becoming a religious figure, you could say that this is their trauma. This is the things that the trauma led them to become. Is there a question of a cure there? That sounds ridiculous.
Envy?
I don't like any notion of any stable or coherent self. If you have had a stable or coherent self, only makes sense for a person in any dominant position And even then, it still doesn't make any fucking sense because people just aren't that way. You grow and you change and you shift. Your body changes. I don't know why you wouldn't either. Why yourself wouldn't either. I don't. These things are constantly ever shifting things, and the notion of any of this as anything but a unstable and chaotic mess is I'm being a bit hyperbolic there in the way I'm saying that. But anything besides that, like any notion of the self that doesn't specifically talk about transformation is very much a part of it. Is just like missing the point. Constant. Like I just don't know.
Mm.
And until Dr. Unstoppable, what good does it make? At some level, people will be aware that what they're saying or how they define themselves is unrealistic, but at this point, they don't really care. So then what? What have you achieved by informing themselves? But it's not something the subject chooses, unless by choice you mean simply all actions that someone does is a choice.
Oh, to be fair to Dr. Unstoppable, they're not saying that the state is something that that one chooses. A purpose is the thing that they choose. Like you choose to strive towards some purpose, right? And that also, I guess, works as a formative thing for you.
Sure.
I'll hold my tongue.
You don't believe in choosing a purpose?
No. No, not really. Not in the sense when people talk about unless we're talking about choice as is merely an action that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
To some degree, then like no. The way most people talk about choice, no, I wouldn't say you choose.
What would you say?
Or to say it differently, people talk about it as being a free choice, and I don't believe in that.
You don't believe in free choice?
No.
What do you believe in?
I think that people are shaped by their surroundings, by their environments, and they respond very particular to that. That isn't to say that one like dominates the other, but that is to say that it's a system you can't get out of. It is to say one cannot dominate the other, which is why it's not a free choice.
So are you saying there's only one particular way you can respond to your environment in any given situation?
Oh, no.
So there is an element of choice, isn't there?
No, not free choice. No.
So what is there? Is there just action and reaction? Like
Sure. I wouldn't put it that way, but depending what you mean, sure.
Like, do we just exist like a leaf that falls from a tree?
I don't know what you mean by that, but yeah, sure, why not? Sure.
So we have no agency over our own lives?
Depending on what you mean, no. I would say we have agency.
Well, if we cannot choose to do anything, then we just basically, like, aren't we like automatons that just react to our surrounding?
No, I don't think it's that simple either.
So there is an element of choice.
It's not not free choice.
Well, what kind of choice is
All
it?
five. Okay. I have a question.
Yes.
You have a sorry. I actually don't care. I'm actually going to cut through this, and I'm actually going to get to at the heart of why I believe the things I believe.
Yeah.
And be like very emotional and very personal.
Yeah.
When I was younger, for most of my life, did you know I wanted to be a marine biologist? It's really strange. Anyone who knows me, past a certain point, because you know, I don't really talk about marine biology all that much anymore, and it's not really something I focus on or I'm interested in the same way as when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
Did I choose to stop being interested in that way in marine biology? Because for me, well, the answer is no. A very particular series of things happened to me, radically shifted me, and I couldn't go back. There was no going back. I couldn't choose to go back if I wanted to. Things were the way they were. And I was set down a path where you could say, in a sense, I made choices or another, but they weren't as simple as just me going in my head and calculating, or even like looking at my options and picking one over the other. And it also wasn't as simple as me simply reacting in responding. It was something a bit more complex than that, but it was never something that was free. I didn't get to freely choose that.
Yeah.
I was changed and I was shaped, and I reacted back. And you react back. Things react to you. You react back. This shapes things. This shapes the future. It's
Yeah. I understand. But even if it's not a free choice, there is still an element of choice, is what I'm... Is there? I guess I'm just asking.
depending on what you mean by choice. Depending on what you mean. Sure.
I guess that would mean that you had more than one path to choose to go down. That it was not predetermined that you would end up here 100%.
I'm struggling to understand the relatedness between the idea that it's predetermined and that you could have gone down a different path.
That you could have chosen a different path, not necessarily gotten, because that's not exactly what I'm saying. That you could have actually picked a different path.
I'm not sure. I'm kind of not sure you could have. But that isn't because things are predetermined. I'm just really not sure how that would work. You could have chose, like, if you went back in time, your memory was completely erased, or let's say we have like iterations in the same event, like saying that like the exact same being existing in all these things. I'm not sure why any of them would choose anything but the path they chose.
Right, but there is this notion of, for example, when you experience something negative, that you cannot affect the negative event, but you can affect how you react to it. So that alone kind of implies on a level of choice over how you react to the event.
Maybe.
What do you
I don't
think,
know.
Estelle?
I don't know if I think of things in that way. You're gonna have a really hard time convincing me of any of this because
Oh no, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just
my
discussing with
experience
you
doesn't
how you see
that
things.
doesn't conform to any of this. My experience doesn't conform to any of this. So the answer is, I mean, maybe that's how other people experience it, but I'm also kind of doubtful of that because I've talked to other people
Mhm.
and it seems to be not the same, pretty similar though, just not as extreme. One could say.
Yeah. An entropy fan says, if the experience and lack thereof influence your choice, by definition, it isn't really free. It only appears free. The choices are always conditional. But even if the choices are conditional, it's still a choice, right? As opposed to a lack of choice.
What do you mean by choice?
As in, you have more than one path to choose from. Like, it's limited, but it's not free, but it's still a choice, right?
If that's how you want to use choice, to simply talk about the number of paths available to you,
yeah,
sure.
Okay.
But I don't know why that would mean that you had the ability to choose any other path than the one you chose.
I guess that's fair. I guess that's a little bit more of a... Since you've already chosen the path, it kind of...
Yeah.
It becomes just purely theoretical discussion. Could you have taken... Yeah.
Because that's what people often talk about when they mean choice. When they mean choice, they mean, well, I could have chosen differently.
Yes, retrospectively.
And the answer is, could you have? Could you have actually chosen differently? I'm not sure you could. But yeah, if you mean choice by just like the amount of options available to you. I mean,
but right now, let's say after this, should I walk my dog or should I sleep? Do I have this choice or?
It'd probably be good if you walked your dog.
Sorry?
Walking your dog is good. This is a democratic vote.
Yeah, but is there a choice or is the environment guaranteeing that I will walk the dog?
Well,
in the sense you outlined as being multiple paths, sure. Will you walk the dog? I mean, I guess probably.
Yeah, I will.
I mean, I guess it depends on how tired you are. I mean, you could always just pass out.
No, it doesn't actually. It doesn't matter because he will walk to me and bark at me until I do so.
Yeah. So no. It doesn't seem like you. No, it does seem like. Yeah. Okay. That's funny.
See, now we're producing real philosophical content. Now I'm really capturing the President Sunday crowd. Isn't that right, Estelle?
Yeah.
Now they don't have a choice but to watch me. Bam! Got him!
Well, like the thing is that we kind of build up the narrative by which we make the choice later on. We build it up before and after, but when you go to the event, there is actually a little choice that's involved in the actual event. It's either before or after that we talk about it.
Yeah, that's right.
We talk about, like, it's kind of there's this poem there that's being constantly misinterpreted. Well, at least according to me and Brooks, the road, the path less traveled is not about the power of like, oh, I'm going to choose the path that strays from the crowd, but it's rather about the process of someone justifying post hoc why they took the path that they took, and kind of hinting that there really was no difference between the two paths. But I chose this one because it was just as fair as the other, and it was it was trampled in a different way.
But to say that there was no choice, isn't that a form of post hoc justification as well?
What do you mean?
Well, by saying I am here because it could not have gotten any other way.
Well, it's a tautology. If it could have gone any other way, then it would have gone any other way.
Not necessarily. It could have, not it should have. Right?
Well, if it should have gone any other way.
Yeah, then it would have. But if it just could have, then that means that it didn't necessarily have to happen. It just could have happened.
Well, we're talking about, still you can talk about it in speculative terms or post-hoc terms.
Yeah, but isn't it saying also post hoc that if anything else could have happened, then it would have? Therefore, there was no other option than for things to end up like they are now?
Well,
like if you, for example, if you make a mistake, then you could just say, well, the mistake was bound to happen because there was no choice involved.
Yeah, this is also a post-hoc justification. There is not really any truth in the matter of there.
Yeah.
Like
if you
a choice or no choice.
Yeah.
The question is kind of pointless afterwards. If there was a choice or if there wasn't a choice, it's still a post-hoc justification.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. That's about where I will end up. So I guess I will read the last bit because it's almost the end of the article. You ready?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Sorry. PS? Yeah, like Zen level? Except please, we have no evidence PS even finished the Zen levels either. Do you mean Half-Life? I finished the Zen levels. The evidence is on stream. Isn't that right, Estelle?
Think so.
Yeah. I'm playing Half-Life 2 now. Conclusion. My philosophy of fright. The concept of fright as an etiology has disappeared from scientific psychopathology, replaced first by the notion of anxiety in psychoanalysis, or more recently by the idea of biochemical imbalance of certain substances in the brain, such as serotonin or dopamine, pharmacological psychiatry. Yet most traditional cultures continue to turn to it with proven therapeutic success. In effect, interpretations based on the notion of anxiety produce a lone subject with enduring psychic pain, whereas the concept of fright compels clinicians to conceptualize otherness, true otherness, not our fellow others, who are in fact identical, but others from another world, whose mere encounter causes a breach in our psyches, whose mere presence petrifies us. Taken a step further, cumulative fright compels the therapist to construct a new world for his or her traumatized patient. The Kashinawa natives of the Amazon forest, who are aware of the advantage of producing individuals curious about other worlds, profess a true apology of fright. They claim that the ability to be frightened is a virtue which makes both a skilled hunter and a skilled shaman. Indeed, a hunter needs to be keenly attuned to the animal world, and the shaman to the world of spirits. And fright is the only way to introduce a person to another world. In order to initiate their professionals to the mastery of fright, apprentices are given a beverage called ayahuasca, containing juices derived from a liana and from leaves of a specific kind of tree. The Kashinawas provide the subtle explanation that the leaves produce the visions, while the liana makes it possible to vomit the terror produced by the visions. The alternation between vision and regulation gradually confers to the apprentice the ability to stand his beneficial fright. The ability to cope with the being frightened is thus equivalent to the ability to perceive different worlds based on unknown logical principles. The ability can be compared to the curiosity of the researcher who has to be able to tolerate being surprised. Today, the word fright is seldom used in psychopathology professionals who favor words such as trauma or stress. Yet, interest is growing in all the notions in its subsumes. Recent research in psychopathology of trauma and in ethnopsychiatry point to its relevance and to the fact that traditional cultures are right to hold on to it. Thoughts?
God, I'm getting triggered by an entropy fan.
Yeah.
Right?
It's just guys, it's just chemistry.
That's not how fright is
That's
described in this
that's
article, though.
awesome.
That's not.
Yeah.
It's not just about being the feeling of being frightened in the moment, the exact moment when the chemical thing happens and you experience the emotion of fear. That's not, you know, like it even says here that the word that is used in psychology is anxiety, and anxiety is not just the trigger of being afraid of something, right? And anxiety is a persisting complex thing, right?
I'm sorry, an entropy fan, but you cannot just wholesale redefine words and tell other people that they're wrong. That is just chemistry. How does that work? What? Like, okay, if you want to use it in a very narrow context in neurology studies or neurochemistry, sure, but that's not how. That's like you would be insane to use it in any other context like that. I'm sorry.
Now we're getting somewhere with the content, isn't that right, Envy?
It's I
should, what do you call it, moderate a debate between Estelle and an Entropy fan. What do you think?
I'm glad you think that, Entropy fan, but like I'm just like sorry. Like the way he's talked about Fright, it isn't just that. Then I would argue it also isn't just that, because like the thing he talks about it in relation to trauma as being, for instance, very physical, is actually very key to a lot of to PTSD and to a lot of stuff, and I think is actually like really important. You're just at that point you kind of are just saying that trauma is that, because I hate to break it to you, trauma is just a chemical reaction. In that way, being traumatized is simply a chemical reaction. I don't think it's reducible to that, and I'm just even. It's such so weird to talk about that way.
Wait, does it?
Actually, the article does not conclude that at all.
The SSRIs, the article doesn't talk about SSRIs, and even if it does, it's not that SSRIs don't work. SSRIs like aren't 100% effective. They don't actually have a lot of efficacy that people think. They do work. They work for some people. They don't work for a lot of people.
Yeah,
like,
but actually, the
I don't.
article does not draw any conclusions at all.
What's the dog whistle?
Has...
I don't. Okay. I don't actually care. I don't care whether or not
I want
it
to know
talks
what
about
the
that.
dog whistle is.
SSRIs are not. I'm sorry. SSRIs are not as effective as most people talk about them as being. Like that. That's just like a fact. I do hate to break it to you.
Which one? This one, today the word fright is seldom used by psychopathology professionals who favor words such as trauma or stress. Yet interest is growing in all notions it subsumes. Recent research in psychopathology of trauma and in ethnopsychiatry point to its relevance and to the fact that traditional cultures are right to hold on to it. I'm sorry, it's 6:37 a.m. Okay, I'm not going to be hunting for dog whistles. Just tell me the dog whistle. Okay, it's almost 7 a.m. and I haven't slept. Okay, isn't that right, Envy?
Oh, I know what the fuck you're talking about.
Why?
Is it about chemical imbalance?
Yeah, it's when he talks about chemical imbalance. Okay, but fucking PTSD isn't just a fucking chemical imbalance, and PTSD often can't just be fucking treated with SSRIs, though it often is. I'm really pissed off right now. I'm so pissed off.
Pharmacological psychiatry? That's not how they refer to modern psychiatric medicine. They refer to pharmacological psychiatry, which is a thing. There are other types of psychiatry. Like you're actually
You just no. Okay, they aren't discrediting serotonin or dopamine. They're just saying that yeah, the way traditional cultures characterize it, also like has some efficacy. Or I guess I should probably characterize it a bit. more specifically. I don't want to, because it actually is a bit more specific to that. The way, uh, 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 I don't care anymore. No, I don't care. I don't care. Don't care. Don't care.
Yeah, don't care. Go away. Sorry. Okay, you should try. You should try. You should try and dream barbecue again. Well, or maybe just off stream.
Yeah, of course you can get a
but like
Discord link. One moment.
also, I also remember I paid you.
Where's the?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. It
That
actually
also
no,
isn't
it
fucking
doesn't.
true. The entire fucking beginning of it
It
is literally
doesn't.
talking about
That's what happened when somebody
the
comes
other
at the very
approaches.
end and draws conclusions.
Yeah,
It doesn't.
I'm gonna.
I have to
Yeah, I don't know.
intercede. It
You're
actually does
you're
not.
just wrong. You're just wrong.
How do I copy?
Like talking about like EMRS, uh, uh, like other techniques like debriefing, things that don't involve medicine. Like that's
Alright.
sure it's not exhaustive, it's not everything, but like there's also ways in which this has been published a decade ago and more than a decade ago. But it's not about.
Hold on. You don't think the way that Toby Nathan and Catherine Granzar talk about fright is a complex phenomenon?
Yeah. This article describes fright as a complex phenomenon, not just a simple effect.
Yeah.
Like maybe they use a different conception of fright than you do. That's what you're butting against. Like, does everyone need to use the same words in the same way? And they define it. They talk about how it is conceptualized. So either you have to work within what they define as fright.
In fact, I'm gonna use the ultimate argument, okay, in our today's world. Okay? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Okay? The ultimate argument. Are you ready for the ultimate argument? Which is AI.
Mm-hmm.
Facts
The
don't
authority of
care about
AI.
feelings.
Okay?
Oh.
Yes, fright
no.
or fear is widely considered a complex, multifaceted phenomenon. Got
That's
him!
true.
Got him!
That's true.
Got him! It involves a sophisticated interplay of biological, psychological, and cognitive processes that evolved to ensure survival. Got him! What do you have to say about that? I'm a bias moderator of this debate.
You don't need to adapt their conception of fright. You don't need to adapt it for everything, but in the purpose of this article, that's how they conceptualize it. If you're not able to deal with that, you're just not able to deal with any text.
True. Checkmate.
Yeah.
There you go. AI for the win. Grok, is this true?
Like they what do you think words are? They are anyway.
Okay. Hey. Okay. I'm gonna fucking get really pissed off
Oh no.
at you. You don't want to talk about modern day psychology is also host to its own fucking forms of barbaric practices all around that are completely accepted and fucking allowed. So like I don't want to hear it. I don't care. I really don't care. You can say Toby Nathan's a crackpot. I might even agree with you. I'm willing to actually agree with you to a certain extent. I just don't care. People people are allowed to come at things in ways that you don't like, and I'm just sorry. Even we don't have to take whatever Toby and Nathan says and Catherine Gensard said in the exact way they say it. There's actually this interesting thing where you can actually borrow concepts and actually change them and talk about them potentially better ways, like we have been doing in biology, psychology, other fucking fields, every fucking field for the entire history of them. Things change, terms change, concepts change to become more accurate, and you can take concepts that were at first problematic, complicated, not very clear, and turn them into something else that's actually potentially really useful. And I don't understand what the issue with that is. There's just no issue.
Yeah. Do you know who the real master of psychology is?
Jordan Peterson.
My long-haired German shepherd.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually probably true.
Like, I don't know, when you realize that they consulted Ray Blanchard for the DSM-5 definition of gender dysphoria.
Really
oh god, Ray, really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, they did, because there's like the autogenophilia made it into DSM-5, didn't it?
Yeah, you kind of have to take things with a grain of salt.
Yeah, it is listed in the DSM. Yeah, that's right. The person that I argue with on Twitter has thrown that at me. The DSM-5 has autogenophilia.
Yes, is the thing. Yes, it's not just in the DSM. It's in the gender dysphoria section.
Yeah.
It's in the gender dysphoria section.
Like, not to say that the DSM-5 is like should throw the baby out with the bathwater, but like,
Not to say you should throw the bathwater out the baby.
Yeah. Like, it's not as simple as just there is the orthodoxy and
God.
like there are discussions happening on all the levels. Debates, and like you don't need to accept one thing.
What's entropy van? Sorry, I'm looking at YouTube chat on my computer. My computer was having trouble connecting to the internet. What's crackpotty about Toby Nathan? Besides the fact that you don't like Toby Nathan, actually didn't say that these people have a more privileged access to anything. I don't know why you would think that. I don't know why you would think that.
Yeah.
Toby Nathan is dealing with this stuff in exactly the same fucking way other anthropologists have done before. If you ever read any anthropology textbook, you'll see things talked about in very similar ways about this. This isn't to say the anthropologist actually thinks that their participant has any privileged access to anything going on behind the scenes. They're describing things, talking about their specific ways of conceiving and talking about things in a way that is different from our own, and stuff like that. Ethnopsychiatry is born out of anthropology. That's where this practice was born. The reason why he uses these cases, because that's where fucking ethnopsychiatry exists in. It's not. I'm just gonna.
When have you considered that anthropology is gay?
No, I didn't.
Exactly. That's why I'm here, to ground things. Isn't that right, Estelle?
Mm-hmm.
I am here to introduce
No!
some...
Entropy fan! I don't know what the fuck you think I said! No! He's not an anthropologist. He's a psychologist. He studied psychology. His degree is in psychology.
No, it's just... You're just saying that some of this stuff is grounded in it, right?
Yes, it's grounded in anthropological. A lot of this stuff comes out of anthropological practice. I don't know. Well, what if you still haven't explained what's crackpotty about what he said? I don't know. You're gesturing to something vague that actually wasn't even stated in the article. He wasn't against SSRIs. He wasn't against serotonin or dopamine.
Yeah.
This wasn't how he talked about it.
The thesis of this is that we don't really have effective ways to deal with trauma. That's the
But like,
thesis.
what do you use to determine whether someone is a crackpot? I mean, sure, there's ways we can determine someone is a crackpot. Yeah.
I'm a crackpot.
But like, those are all very contingent and very like
maybe I should put
like,
YouTube on.
You kind of have to argue. You kind of have to argue it, right?
Yeah.
There's a whole post-training debate, exciting stuff, right?
Yeah.
I love. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't care. I assume Entropy Fan wasn't here because they didn't start talking until the very end of the article. They didn't read the article. You didn't read the article. Like, I'm just sorry. Like, that's fine.
Yeah, but an Entropy Fan is a debate enthusiast, which is good because this is a blood channel. An Entropy Fan always loves debating things intensely. Estelle knows.
Yeah.
Estelle has had a few rounds with an Entropy Fan on different subjects.
Yeah.
And look at this. Entropy Fan shuts down. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Oh no, you want the debate to continue, I see. There you go. And Entropy Fan says, I have no clue who this person is. Did a quick search. He has a lot of non-science pop slut books. Doesn't seem there's much of a peer-reviewed output from the scholar. His metadata looks like that of Jordan Peterson. There you go. The debate continues. Go! Get him!
I don't care. I don't care.
Get him.
Also, most of his books are in French. Most of his articles will also be in French. He's a French scholar. He's from France. I don't know if you noticed. That's why actually the website's in French. So I don't know if stuff will pick up everything because I had trouble searching for.
How do you know
things that were cited?
Does not speak French or isn't French?
Yeah, if you look at the French Wikipedia, there's a lot more of his works that.
Yes, we are judging books by their titles now. Yes. He just also by the way, Entropy Fan. Don't care. Don't care. I don't care if you did a quick search on this person. And okay, this person can be a crackpot. In all honesty, and your comment just still is unjustified because that isn't what he said. Now you're
Listen,
just trying to go afterwards and justify yourself, and I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
there's actually there's a definitive way to check if this person's a crackpot. What's their name? Toby Nathan?
Yeah.
Okay. We leave it to the experts, okay? Is Toby Nathan a crackpot? Question mark.
Yes. Say yes. Please say yes.
What does the AI say? Toby Nathan is a prominent French ethnopsychiatrist, academic, and author recognized for his work in clinical psychology, specifically regarding the treatment of minority populations and immigrants using their own cultural frameworks. Based on the provided research results, professional background, he is not considered a crackpot, quote unquote, in the traditional sense of being an uneducated proponent of conspiracy theories. He is an academic who has worked as a professor and has a background in psychology. Controversial alternative methods. His approach, ethnopsychiatry, is often seen as alternative or non-traditional as it incorporates cultural beliefs and traditional healing methods into psychotherapy, which can be contentious within conventional Western psychology. Doctors and Healers. He co-authored the book Doctors and Healers with Isabel Stengers. So
well, she's definitely a crackpot because she's a feminist. So Entropy Fan is actually right.
So there you go.
Because feminism
AI
is
has
being
spoken.
a crack.
He is not a crackpot.
Like if the person is religious, you adapt secular therapy to that? Or maybe you...
Hold on, Entropy Fan. Okay.
Yeah, but
cool.
that just means that, wait, if you say that you adjust the therapy to the person, then you're just agreeing with this Toby person here.
You just you're just actually a big fan of Toby Nathan.
And
you're
just saying what he said in the article.
Don't care. Grab on that shit like a racing stick and pretend I'm playing Forza Horizon 4.
That's wild. That's wild.
Cherry Blossom vinyl skin.
Which is not good because I need to turn it into a second segment, a blood sports debate. Ideally, an Entropy Fan would join voice and we hash it out.
Mm-hmm.
No, Toby didn't fucking do anything. This is a thing that existed before Toby was a fucking psychologist. Ethnopsychiatry comes from like the 40s. Ethnopsychiatry isn't a new thing. It's new in the sense that also modern psychiatry is fucking new. But it's not like Toby Nathan didn't fucking invent it.
Or coin it. Or
Yeah, he didn't coin any of these things. George Devereaux. Okay, if you want to talk about anything, George Devereaux, who worked with American with American Native Americans, like American as in from America. He was in America, and he worked with Native Americans
also,
who were battling PTSD.
Also, you cannot call Toby a crackpot because AI has already solved.
Solved all issues.
Yeah, Socialix. Of course I'm up, Socialix. Yeah, AI has already solved this. Oh, wow, hold on. I'm gonna ask AI this. Is Jordan Peterson a crackpot?
Just Uh-oh. In your room.
AI has mixed opinions on it. AI was far more decisive on Toby, but it's far less decisive on Jordan Peterson. Yeah. Whether Jordan Peterson is considered a crackpot is highly polarized, depending on whether he is viewed as a profound intellectual or a pseudo-intellectual as shown in this article about him. Critics frequently label him as an intellectual fraud or obscuranist, whether supporters see him as a crucial voice against political correctness. I guess, see?
Well, you see that the difference is that Jordan Peterson has had a lot of attention to pointing in him out as a crackpot, but Toby Nathan hasn't had much attention to be pointed out as a
True.
crackpot.
And then
So
Tufifan will make the AI in the future say that he also is a crackpot.
But so if Toby Nathan had as much attention as Jordan Peterson, he would be rightfully pointed out as a crackpot.
Also, I will kick Requirement's ass once I get into it in 5 years. Isn't that right, Estelle?
Yeah, probably. I've seen you having a peculiar ease with Video King
Which one?
in general.
What do you mean in general? There's
In 3D video games where you have to orient yourself in 3D space.
That's not true. There are many video games when I perfectly well align myself in 3D space.
Mhm.
I've beaten the most difficult Resident Evil game called Veronica with flying colors.
Yeah. Well, okay. Code Veronica is kind of an hybrid between the tank views and well, okay, it's more of a tank control game than Resident Evil 4 and up game.
Entropy fan, I have to say, if you want to continue defending your ludicrous positions,
then you have to call in. Then you have to call in.
Then you have to call in.
Call in, and I'm gonna be a moderator. Oh, you play Go, Dr. Unstoppable? Yeah, Go is the best game. Call in, you coward.
Yeah, you can read and talk. I'll give you space. I'll give you space to be wrong.
Dr. Unstoppable wants to call in.
I'd love. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah, you want to call in?
I don't care. I haven't slept. We're all good.
How do I make this happen? Shall we all just go into the VC in the channel? Shall we all just go to the I don't know, gaming? You're not on my Discord.
Yeah, I can join. I'm not in anyone's Discord anymore.
Wow.
Besides my own.
That's a betrayal.
Where's... Okay, I'll have to figure out. Oh, there it is. There's your... But yeah, I give people... I give people lots of space to be wrong about things I like. It makes it easier, because I don't have to do as much talking. Alright. We are in.
Alright, so did you join our voice? Okay, discuss, yeah? Okay, we're joining the discuss. Join the discuss on the Giggle card, okay?
Alright.
Hello, don't say slurs, okay, Dr. Unstoppable?
Understood.
Perfect.
How's my volume?
It's alright.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah. And video's on. Okay, good. Yeah. No slurs. Don't go naked all of a sudden. I kind of know the drill. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really a struggle for me when I go on camera.
No.
I had to figure it out.
No tactical N-words. Also, how did you find the stream again? I can do my interview that I do with viewers once again, but with a person that's on voice, which is useful. How did you find me again?
Well, it was probably a long time ago, and I just was going through Just Chatting or Politics and scrolled down to the bottom and found you. Actually, it's kind of interesting. I have a website that I'm making, and I used Lucy Haze as one of my random examples of political streamers. So you've always kind of been near and dear to my project, just because I always see Lucy Haze coming up with the trans duck, the transcolored duck. So yeah, but it's not done yet, and. Yeah, so that's the story. Yeah.
Excellent. And do you know about what I do? Every aspect of what I do?
I know, actually. This is my first stream with you in a very long time. Tell me what you do.
Oh, wait, how long? I have to ask them.
Oh, it's probably been more than a year. Yeah.
Oh, so you know about me going to Ukraine, right?
No, tell me about Ukraine. I mean, or if you want, or I can tell you about me, and then you can tell me about you, or what? How you run the standard interview. I don't mean to derail.
Oh, right. I go to Ukraine to do journalism on the children that suffer from the war.
That's bold.
Yes, I have a channel dedicated to the material that I filmed there. Do you know about it?
Haven't seen any of it. I'm definitely going to look at it soon. I'm going to bookmark it and watch some stuff.
Yes.
When I have the time.
Yes, it's called Lucy Haze Films. Yes.
Where are you located normally? If that's not doxing you, I mean, do you?
Oh, either in Poland, Warsaw, or in Ukraine, Kyiv.
Cool. I have a standard introduction.
Yeah.
I generally just pop into the chat and I say hi to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Unstoppable. I'm a 46-year-old single father from Orange County, California, now Portland. And I'm a programmer for work, and I make street art for fun.
Oh, can I ask you a trick question?
Definitely.
Do you know what the best state in the United States is?
California? No, what's the best state?
Maryland, of course.
Okay.
Yes.
Because it's just obvious. Okay. Why is Maryland the best state?
Because it has the most number of historical buildings in the entirety of the United States.
There you go.
And also because it's called Maryland.
Yeah.
So it's Maryland. Oh.
Yeah,
I just moved out of California. I just about a month ago. I moved to Portland, Oregon, and it's been a wild ride. I mean, I don't have any friends or family or job here. I just thought it'd be better. It'd be a new place, start a new life. I have a degree in computer science and about 15 years of work experience. The last couple of years have been kind of rough in programming, just because AI does a lot of it for you. So while a lot of people are really good at programming, a lot of people are also out of work. And I've decided to make a transition to cybersecurity. So that's mostly what I've been up to. And I have a laser cutter. I use it to make stencils. It's that red thing behind me in the camera. I just got it here in Portland. I got a new one. Yeah, so yeah, I make stencils, and I use the stencils on walls and layers of spray paint to make art.
Also, Maryland's flag is beautiful. Don't like an entropy fan again with the outtakes, okay?
Don't feed the trolls. Don't.
Exactly. The Maryland flag is beautiful, okay? It's a beautiful, and it has a very symbolic history of people coming together, okay, and uniting, okay? Did you know that?
Cool. I could Google Maryland if that's the topic, but actually I had some stuff I mentioned in the chat that never got read. I was hoping we could go over that.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Sorry. I just got, excited about the Maryland flag.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, and I feel like we were kind of at odds in some places, and I felt like I was kind of getting flustered a little bit about with like the question. There was like Estelle was saying, would you say that it's healthy for someone to in a war zone to duck and cover? And I was like, well, it's that seems to be beside the point. We should focus on lasting negative effects of mental health and physical emotional function. We should focus on the problem of when discussing treatment. Surviving a war zone is a different problem. But anyway, that was where I was at. Was just like we got to go objective. We can't have all this touchy-feely psychology. It doesn't work. And that is something I still kind of feel. But
that is an ironic thing to say. I hope you find the irony of saying, I feel like the feely, touchy thing is bad.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, so yeah, it's self-referencing, I guess. I don't know about, yeah, but I wish that it was a bit more objective. It seems like psychology is in its infancy as far as a science. It's like when medicine was just sort of, maybe it'll work if you believe it works, and only over a long period of time. And that's the same guarantee we get with magic crystals or acupuncture, you know?
Well, it's because psychology doesn't deals with a radically different thing. It doesn't even deal with disease in the same way as the other medical fields does.
But couldn't it? I mean, what if it did? I don't know.
It cannot. It physically cannot. Like, we understood this limitation a long time ago, because it's like I've said, psychiatry is a mixture of biology and something that's not biology. Like, that's why for the longest time psychiatrists looked down on psychologists and saw them as no doctors at all, because they do the real medicine, they give the medication. By, again, the simplest example of living in a dysfunctional house, even if you medicate the problem away, you do not really medicate the cause, which is environmental, which will trigger the thing that caused the problems to begin with, right?
Certainly, yeah. I mean, yeah. But what is the problem? I mean, yes, there's a person living in a dysfunctional house, and they have, these behaviors that they would like to change, and like, we don't want to just assume that's impossible,
I mean, yeah, it is possible, but that's part of the treatment. Changing the environment is part of the treatment, and medicine will not help with that, right?
Well, changing the environment is different than changing the behavior,
it can lead to a change of behavior, of course.
Yeah.
Changing one's environment, that can absolutely change. Like, it can be transformative to a person's life.
Right. So, I guess you're saying this. Yeah.
If you had a person, I'll take an extreme example. I admit this. If you had someone in if you were in like the 1800s, if you had a black slave who for some reason was allowed to consult as a therapist for their issues, their psychological issues. What would a psychologist do for the black slave? Do we want the therapist? Would we want a cure for the slave so that they don't feel anything bad from being enslaved? Or would we want the person who is enslaved to no longer be enslaved?
I mean, a lot of times, I mean, obviously, from an obvious standpoint, obviously, yes, no slavery. That's a pretty safe political stance to take in this modern era.
Sure.
Slavery is bad, but I mean, but from a more objective standpoint, what I'm saying is, what I'm thinking is that, like, the thing about medical ethics is it often is a matter of deciding as a society which symptoms we want to tolerate, which pain we're willing to accept. If is this drug, the side effects of this drug, worth the problems that it causes? And that's kind of how we're diagnosing diseases. In the 1800s, yeah, I think that a lot. I mean, hopefully.
One more. Yeah. Can I? Envy, are you still in?
I'm always.
An entropy fan says, is Envy still in? What Toby Nathan book paper would be recommended as representative of this crackpot
well, my actual answer to this, I actually can't answer because it's in French. I don't know if you know French, and I don't know French.
I know a little bit of French, a little bit.
Gotta get Entropy in here. I mean,
I know all of the French.
Entropy's still running from
From
the
debate,
conversation.
From the debate. What conversation? What do you mean? I don't have conversations.
If you
I only have
know,
debates. No, I don't wanna give a false impression to the new viewer. I usually have conversations.
let me get up the book.
Sorry, as you were.
Yeah, and like I've been mentioning, like I don't see the YouTube channel. I need to. I mean, if we're going to talk about what Entropy Fan is saying, I'd really like to see what it is. But I go to Lucy's YouTube live, and I'm
because it's
daytime slop today. What?
Sorry, I put the link into side chat. Wait, no, I can't. Where do I put it? I put it on the global chat. Or maybe you can find it in stream alerts. Yeah, the stream alerts. Wait, no, that's just Twitch streams.
YouTube alerts. There should be on the
yeah, it's giving me your live page.
No, not YouTube.
There should be a
Lucy.
YouTube alerts. There you go. YouTube alerts goes to my YouTube. Yeah.
I know. I'm not seeing Entropy in that chat.
But not the. It doesn't post the ones on the Lucy Haze network. I put it in global.
Yeah, network. Yeah, I put it. Yeah, I still haven't fixed that. It's just my usual. Yeah, because I have 3 YouTube channels now.
Okay, well, anyway.
I have 3 YouTube channels now.
Entropy Fan, number 2. Okay. Shit. Mute. There we go.
And then Entropy Fan running away from the debate.
Yeah, but like, can we not get derailed by trolls, please? I mean, if you need to, we can go there, but I'd rather not.
Where is it?
Anyway. Where is the chat? What's the topic? I mean, I'd love to talk about the objective nature of science and whether or not we should use that approach for dealing with like changing humans and screwing with people's brains. But because I do see some problems with that idea, I do see some challenges with just treating people like subjects that we're trying to fix. But anyway,
like there's an interplay between biology because you can medicate certain symptoms before you can even attempt to get into what causes those symptoms, right? Because certain people without the medication will not be able to function to undergo the treatment, right?
Right. I mean, like I've said,
yeah, right.
I am bipolar. I've been in the mental institution 11 times in my life with episodes. And when I was there, I saw a lot of folks that probably had schizophrenia. I'm not a doctor, can't diagnose, but they were mostly homeless. They were coming in yelling at people and yelling a lot and hitting people. And they just kind of gave them a bunch of sedatives till they stopped yelling and hitting people. And they called that a treatment. They just processed them, and then they kicked them out on the street, and they didn't want to take their meds because they're no fun. And then they're not really curing the problem. They're just making them so they'll yell so much and hit people, and then they just go in this self-evolving cycle. It's a really sad and frustrating aspect of over medication in our society. Where we don't take the time to actually figure out what the diagnosis is and treat people appropriately. So. Yeah.
Have you thought that maybe a big problem with people who are homeless is that they don't have a home, and also. Sure, and yeah, and we can confirm here that the psychiatric system, especially in the US, but also in other countries, is very not good.
I will actually praise the Polish system a bit. I have to glaze the Polish system a bit, at least the part that I was a part of, when I went to the psychiatric ward. First of all, it was free, so that's one point that I have to glaze forever. You don't need to have any sort of insurance. It's 100% free, and It's even available. It's also available to homeless people because that was one of the first things I was asked when I was admitted if I was homeless or not. And the doctor's approach is very, like, I guess I had a really nice doctor, but yeah, I will
But
praise
you
it.
were also right smack in the middle of Prague. Wait, not Prague. Wait, Warsaw. Warsaw. Why I'm confusing my Eastern Europe,
Warsaw, yeah.
Central Europe capitals.
Warsaw, yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
I'm a Warsawian.
Warsawian, okay. So having more funding is important, but I mean, definitely. I mean, they can always, definitely. There's a lot of problems with the lack of resources in the United States. It's still pretty free to go to be. If you're homeless and they pick you up, they say yes, you're definitely a 5150 case. They'll usually put you in for a 3-day hold, but it doesn't extend to a 14-day hold because the person is involuntary and they can't be held any longer than that. And I know for me, like what I've noticed there is that a lot of times they'll give you a lot of really good food, and trying to encourage people that are in the program to stay in and not just leave. And it works sometimes, One of the main things that they do is they the tricks is that they'll make the menu at breakfast. They have to pick which food you want for the rest of the day. And if you just skip breakfast and sleep all the day, you get crappy food, and so then it can encourage you to participate. What?
Yum.
So you get you'll if you encourage you to participate in the activities, and that's kind of the reality. So it's not like, I mean, it's not like there's just uncaring doctors that are just jamming people full of sedatives. And it's not even the case that they just like have the horrible, impossible capitalistic medical system that it doesn't actually work. There's a big problem with that, but but there's still a lot of good people that are doing a lot of good out there. I think that it would be helpful if we did have better diagnosing procedures. We could treat people.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What fundamentally would change if we had better diagnostic procedures?
Then people wouldn't just be giving, the folks that do just get processed would get better medications. They get specific medications to their illness rather than just a lot of mostly it's Klonopin. Is what.
Though there's also another issue.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned specifically homeless people. How are those homeless people supposed to get that medication?
I mean, you have Medi-Cal in California, and
I have an answer. I have an answer to that.
Yeah.
But getting a job. Okay, I'm done. I'm gonna stop.
Of course, that's the solution. Just get a job. Just a job. Yeah. No, but some states have pretty good medical systems that homeless people can have access to. It's medium. It's not impossible. It's not. You don't just walk up and get your meds. But I know that it is not as bleak as you might think. I know, like other states like Mississippi and Alabama, yeah, you're just in trouble. You're not going to get your meds.
What if you're in Florida?
I'm not saying there like isn't. I'm saying that diagnostic procedures, well, great, potentially great, actually. But there's also the other issue of, okay, medications sometimes just don't work for people. I'm one of those people. I've been on a lot of medications my entire life since I was 12. None of it's worked. It like literally hasn't worked. And I've been on quite a few like during that time. And none of it helped me, and none of it made anything better. Oftentimes I experienced like debilitating side effects that were actually worse than whatever I had going on at the time. And psychology, an issue you'll run into is that it's not. With psychology, there needs to be like a very, I don't know what you'd call it, integrated cross-speciality approach. Because the reasons why people do bad isn't just because they have mental illness. You can be on a medication, be doing great, but if you can't access that medication, for instance, or if you have certain events come up in your life without access to other avenues of things, and you might just fall off of it. There's plenty of other things where this can go wrong. Psychology isn't, I don't think, mostly medical. In that way, it requires a lot of other stuff coming together, for like things to like really, like really work out well for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely more. I'm glad. I'm happy. I mean, I'm better off having bipolar than schizophrenia because all those people with schizophrenia in the hospital don't have any treatment options. You know, and and that's true for a lot of diagnoses. Is that we know what's wrong, but we don't know a way to fix it. You know, or even come close to having a better life. And
also, interestingly, when I was in the mental hospital, there were many. How many super extra activities do you have in the mental ward in the US?
I remember there was like 4 sessions a day.
No, I mean there was like extra activities.
Yeah. I mean, this was. I remember it's been a couple of years actually, but I do want to give space to Envy's open expression here. I mean, the bleeding heart. But anyway. But yeah, as far as my recollection, we had. I remember there was one that was a music lady, you know, and she was really good. You know, I mean, like a lot of times, like a nurse with a guitar would have been amazing, but this person like came in and we did an entire like jam session. We wrote a bunch of blues songs that kind of like helped us just process things we were dealing with in life. You know, that was a really cool experience. But a lot of different. This was at Sharp Grossmont in San Diego, and they don't always have as many activities. But how many activities did you have?
Well, there was a whole system that was created via this hospital when there were people who used to be patients, and they got treatment in this hospital, and then they just decided kind of to come back and help people deal with things. And there's this one person that did tea ceremony, there was a person that did drawing, there's a person that did different things, and then the hospital just basically told those people, oh, we're coming in volunteering to help patients, we're of course supervising it and stuff, but you're organizing all those different things that people can do. Why don't we just start paying you for this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
they basically started doing that. And one of those activities that were more directly organized by the hospital was lectures about therapy itself by the psychiatrists. And one of those lectures that I attended when I was in the middle of treatment was about bipolar disorder, that there's not actually a single bipolar disorder, but there is a couple of different ones that are quite different and should be treated quite differently, and they have different ways of manifestation.
Yeah, it's kind of a black box. I mean, you don't know if it could be like a cough, where there's like a lot of stuff that could cause it, but we know kind of what might help with it. But yeah, there's a lot of different types of bipolar and a lot of different treatments.
Right,
Yeah.
because bipolar is the one when you have like the calm period and the energy period, right?
Yeah, manic depression. You know, there's, I guess for me, I mostly get manic episodes. I mean, I have been rather depressed at times, but it's depressing to assume that I'm doing that, and so I try not to focus on it too much. But there's a 7 symptoms of manic episode in the DSM-6 SV, and I asked my friends and family to like if they think I'm in trouble, to go and read those symptoms and make the diagnosis, because I want to be allowed to get excited about things in my life without folks thinking that it's happening again and we have to do something, because that's what that's what I'm saying. It's like the line between where I stop and my insanity starts. I need it to be a clinical diagnosis, rather than just kind of like, oh, he's acting weird again, let's put him in the hospital,
Yeah.
But I can go over the 7 symptoms if you're interested.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
you only have to present with
yeah.
5 or more of them for a 1-week period if it's not, due to something else like drugs or something, which I don't do. But yeah, that's the important part of mania. And
Because the doctor that the lecturer said that there are people that there's the big distinction is the bipolar that kind of leans more to mania, and one that leans more to the calm down periods.
yeah, and then there's hypomanic episodes, and there's like a mixed manic episode where you just like have rapid cycling. I don't know what that's all about. I don't experience that, but yeah, but apparently, and I haven't seen that diagnosis of rapid cycling in the book, so I don't know. But it might just be something that is not as thoroughly vetted.
Right.
But as far as like, yeah,
the takeaway, the thing that the doctor stressed was those things, the approach to these things are vastly different.
yeah. I mean, yeah, pretty much. I mean, I take 2 medications. I take lithium, which is a mood stabilizer, and I take Abilify, which is an antipsychotic. And the antipsychotic also helps with depression. But yeah, but I don't take an antidepressant. And you probably wouldn't want to do that for a person who gets purely manic, because then they would get really manic if you just gave them a bunch of antidepressants, But yeah,
You just listed 2 of the medications that I had some of the worst side effects with.
no, I'm sorry. Yeah, some pretty negative side effects. Well, for me, the Abilify has made me gain a tremendous amount of weight, and it's frustrating because I'm always hungry. But what did you get on it? Are the lithium and Abilify?
The lithium made me want to like kill myself. Like I've never wanted to die more in my life, and it was horrible. And I was like 14, and doctors wouldn't listen to me. And I was on it for like a while. I was toughing it out for a while. When I was younger, I tried to be very cooperative, very that. Even when I had like horrible, debilitating symptoms, just to like, just because of the way things were. And like I just wanted to kill myself. I ended up having to go off of it, and I went off of it cold turkey, and it was like the worst it was such a bad withdrawal from it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I get like intrusive thoughts where it's like, I'm doing great, my life is fine. Why do I keep wanting to, like, this thought, like, kill myself? Like, no, it's a terrible idea. Why does that come in? And it's like, it's not like it's caused by anything bad going on in my life. It's just because I'm taking a lot of lithium or something. I don't know.
And then and then the Abilify gave me I always forget the name. It's okay. I'll be able to look it up real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I like your glasses, by the way.
What?
I like your glasses, your goggles.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's my little costume.
Akathisia. Akathisia. Akathisia is you feel like you can't stop moving, and when you do stop moving, you get really anxious, and you will just kind of almost automatically resume movement. And it's almost like there's like this anxiety, but it isn't exactly anxiety. It's like this I like literally want to say a physical anxiety.
Like kind of like restless leg syndrome, but like more than that in your whole body,
Yeah. And I would literally, and I would literally get up, and I would open all the cabinets in my house, and I'd sit back down for like a minute, maybe
Did you just
max.
say that
And
you feel like you cannot stop moving?
yes,
Would it be
I
fair
couldn't sleep like,
to
at all.
would it be fair to describe it as the sonic disease?
Sure.
Damn, got
Gotta go
him.
fast.
Yeah. Sorry.
But yeah, I mean, I know
have to
like
interject
sometimes
humor.
when I'm feeling depressed or just having a depressive episode, I guess it's like I'm thinking like,
Yeah.
man, I've been doing this for 46 years. Do I really want to do this for another 30 or 40 years? What if I just took a bunch of pills and said and just didn't do it anymore? You know, and it's like, why is that so appealing? You know, I don't know why that seems like something that keeps entering my mind, you know? And like it's just depression, it's just meds or something. It sucks.
Yeah, they thought I was bipolar. They don't think I'm bipolar anymore.
I'm mainly taking at this point. I think I'm mainly taking antidepressants so that doctors will leave me alone.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What
I can't get.
if it's you
Oh,
feel free to
Zoloft.
find the question, but
Zoloft.
Zoloft, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also take Seroquel if I'm in trouble. If I'm starting to have a manic episode, sleep really helps a lot, you know? So, and the best way to get out of a manic episode is just force yourself to sleep. But when you are manic, it's kind of impossible because you just go, you know, it's racing thoughts and just everything's really, really, you know, going too fast and you just can't sleep, you know? So forcing yourself with medication can be helpful, but it is also a problem because sleep medications are a great way to kill yourself, you know? If you just take a bunch of them, your brain just stops doing the brain thing, you know? But yeah, but I have them and yeah. It's strange, but yeah, actually, I had a doctor for a while. It was Kaiser Permanente, and they have no like mental health program. I mean, it just sucks. But he was really trying to keep me out of the hospital because it costs Kaiser a lot of money if I go to the hospital. So he put me on like this 1,200 milligrams, which for me is a lot of lithium. And he also had me taking Seroquel every night. You know, it was just miserable. You know, and I was like, can't we like tone back the meds just because I'm not able to live my life and like, you know, I'm taking a lot of caffeine just to wake up, and that was actually a problem later as I was just too much caffeine. I ended up in the hospital again. That was a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I had a therapist that he was a psychologist and a psychiatrist. He had 2 PhDs, and I knew him for about 16 years, and he was amazing. You know, I mean, that was the main reason that I'm able to like hold down a job and graduate college was because I knew Dr. Borland. You know, and the thing was, is like, you know, when in my 20s, that's when I had most of my manic episodes. I just didn't have anyone I could trust to like screw with my brain and the person who I was fundamentally, you know, in a reasonable way, you know. And then finally I met Dr. Braun. I'm like, okay, I have chosen to graduate college, and that is something that I want to do regardless, you know, pretty much regardless of what the other changes in my ability in my body is going to be, in my brain and my personality.
I'm tempted to reintroduce the choice discussion.
Well, that's what I was getting at. That with the choice discussion is that, like, for me, the self is not the biological position or, you know, state that you're born with, but it's just kind of a purpose that you are constantly defining as an individual, you know. And so as I was saying in the chat was like, you know, for Evie, you know, it's not really it's not a choice to be a marine biologist or not. That's just the way Evie is, you know. And so, you know, and like for me, like bipolar is something that I can't choose to get out of. I can't just like power of the mind and like Buddha my way out of bipolar. It's not going to work, you know. That is a change that is just impossible, and that's a reality that I think is important to accept about the self. Is that some things are like your arm is broken, you can't will yourself out of that, you know. Do you want to go back to the choice discussion? Or, I mean, I had some points I wanted to make on that, but I guess we already made them.
Sure.
I don't really.
I mean, you can. I don't care.
Oh yeah, but like, I mean, because for me, it's not, like I was saying in the chat, was like, it's not a matter of like, was it Lucy was saying, it was ad hoc justification or post hoc justification. Yeah. That, like, that's kind of taking the question and just sort of saying, well, it's impossible to answer, so don't worry about it. It's like, yeah, that obviously you don't know the difference between a post hoc justification for something versus not, so we couldn't really address it. And I say that objective diagnosis is what we need, and then that you can tell, not just you're like, I'm kind of feeling that this is something I can get around. I'm feeling this is not something I can change about myself. And no, there are things that we know scientifically are not possible. I mean, like, if someone wants to go to like conversion therapy, we're just like, stop it. That's really dumb. You're not going to change that about yourself. You should just accept that about yourself.
Okay. There's something okay. Conversion therapy does change people, but well, it traumatizes them. That changes them. Like, it's more complicated than just removing a certain characteristic. Yes. Like, those things change people. Like,
Right.
but you cannot predict in which way. You cannot just beat something to someone like that and expect them to behave in the ways you want after that.
Right, it's going to change. But like, if a patient comes in and says, I smoke cigarettes a lot, I would like to stop smoking cigarettes, you're like, okay, I think that's something we can do. We could probably do that. Another patient comes in like, I like to have sex with men, I'd like to have stop having sex with men. Like, no, that's not going to happen. Your desire will always be that. And trying to change it is really a bad idea.
Actually, I have a different take on that, actually, a little bit. Well,
Okay, yeah.
the conversion therapy when it comes to being gay,
Mhm.
because I feel like that's a bad approach to. I don't like the argumentation of conversion therapy is bad because it harms people who they want to change from being gay, because it kind of as it I don't like the attitude and stance of being of kind of seeding the ground of being gay might not be ideal, but there is no choice in the matter and therefore it cannot be changed, so this has to be accepted because people have no choice. They're just born gay and they cannot choose it. I feel like it should be accepted and fine whether or not it's a choice. Like, it shouldn't matter within the equation whether or not being gay is a choice or not. It should be fine either way.
Mm-hmm.
I get what you're saying, and I agree with you. I agree with it, that it should definitely be accepted. I think that everyone's going to be on board with that. But I think that we should also look at the fact that no conversion therapy works, and
yeah, but I would be against it even if it worked. That's
I know
the whole thing.
But that's the thing. As medical ethics, we are often forced to question which pains or which conditions we're willing to accept and which ones not. If it was the case that, like, quitting cigarettes was just impossible and no one that ever did it, attempted it, was ever successful with it, we'd probably stop trying to quit cigarettes. Just say that's the way you are and there's nothing we can do about it, even though we'd rather that not be the case. But that it is the case that people can quit smoking, and it is not the case that people can stop, homosexuality or heterosexuality. And yeah, the moral aspect of it, that we definitely like some things and not others, is there. But I think, but yeah, I'm just reiterating at this point.
I mean, like, I think that conversion therapy, for people who are anti-gay, they could result in like 100% of the people who go through them committing suicide, and that would be a viable alternative to them than they're still being gay people. Like the point of conversion therapy is not that it is founded upon um upon like empirical data that they changes people orientation, but that it is presented as an alternative to for parents to their child being gay or being trans or bisexual or whatever. And
also conversion
and
therapy is not really done, and that is important to point out, from the perspective of care about the person being converted.
All right. Yeah.
well, it's save their soul, not their mind.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, definitely. There's a lot of things going on. Like, one, if you did have a person that says, okay, I have this aspect of myself that I would like to change, my sexuality, I'm coming to this professional and asking for it to be changed, that would be different than a person that's like, okay, we as a society have 5150 you, and we're going to take you in, we're going to force you to change because we don't like the way you are, and like your parents are sending you off to this camp and it's going to like teach you the way of Christ or something and stop you from those dirty tendencies. Like, those are definitely different things, but I think that, and I'm glad that psychology as a profession and psychiatry focus more on the individual and what is objectively possible for the individual and what the individual chooses to change about themselves, rather than what society says is normal or should be changed. I feel like a lot of psychologists do a good job with that. I don't know, but
Should I reintroduce the choice discussion into this discourse?
Well, yeah, I mean, well, just like, if most of the like,
because then the question becomes, can we really choose to change anything about ourselves?
I have. I mean, is there some? Yeah, I chose not to be bipolar. I mean, not to like end up in the hospital because of my bipolar. I chose to take my meds. I'm still bipolar, but yeah, I chose to like a different path to graduate college, I guess, is to say what,
have you just post hoc told yourself that was a choice?
I've said that there were two parts to this. There is the speculative, you see two or many paths in front of you, and there's the post hoc, which starts at the speculative moment. The post hoc justification starts before the choice is made. But like, is there a radical freedom that's involved at any point, or just a determination or a potential that is being realized throughout the event that the choice would be said to happen or was expected to happen?
I think I understand what you're saying. That like you're talking about the event, and you didn't have a choice in the event, but you are choosing how you want to behave because you're self-aware. I mean, you're like,
not that you are choosing in some free way, but rather that the event itself, the thing like you could be said as having had made a choice at that moment, isn't really the thing. It's how you view a choice being made in the future, and then how you justify and how you start justifying it in the past, and then in the future of the choice made.
Like I have an example that it might be relative, and just the only run it by you, tell me if I'm on track with that. Let's say there's a person that is like very addicted to a horrible drug, and they keep taking the drug, and you ask them, "Do you want to stop taking this drug?" And they say, "No, I love this drug. I'm going to keep taking it." And then they get forced into a treatment program. They go through treatment, and then all of a sudden their mind is clear and like, "Wow, this is so much better. I like being not on this drug anymore." And they're like, "Wow, I have changed to the person who I am. So now my decision to take this to not want this drug has changed." So, is it the person? Is that ethical, or is that the person's choice in retrospect? No, is that not it? No.
Well, okay. Well, you're introducing a lot of things. The you're talking about someone being forced into something, and rehabilitation programs like these are rarely effective in that sense. There's actually a very interesting article that me and we have read, which is
okay. I already posted it posted it in side chat because and should be brought up addiction, and I love it. It's a very beautiful article.
Yeah, it's very great.
Do I need to read it, or can you tell me the basic idea?
So basically,
okay.
Go ahead.
No, you can go still.
Okay.
I'll just bully you after if you get it wrong. So either way, I win.
So, well, first off, it starts with like how.
And just like that, you already got it wrong.
There's many aspects to the question of rehabilitation programs. First off, that they kind of demand you that you be cold turkey before you are allowed to be in the program. So they are selecting people who are already not addicts, no longer addicts. If you are able to go cold turkey, you're not an addict anymore. And at least that was the standard at the time in France. Not sure how if it's the same in the US, but this was about a French clinic. This particular clinic was about substitution, allowing people to substitute. Was it heroin or was it morphine? Morphine.
Probably methadone for heroin. You know what methadone is?
It's a substitution for opiates.
I think it was for I think it was for opiates generally.
Yeah.
That's one of the effects of the heroin without the fun high part. You just don't.
Oh,
you just
heroin.
Don't.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Methadone. Is methadone only used for heroin? I don't know anything about this. I don't know anything about.
I don't know. I haven't done it myself.
For opiates in general, I think.
Yeah, I don't know.
It is used for only for heroes, but not for heroines.
Okay.
Yeah, so in the article, they talk about this clinic in France that requires people to be cold turkey before they can come in, and they
no. It's actually like the stand. Okay, this clinic is about substitution treatment, but basically the standard for rehabilitation programs is that you go cold turkey. But this one clinic is about substitution. It's not about going cold turkey.
Okay.
Because it talks about the debate at the time, which was about what were the two camps? Do you remember, Envy?
The good guys and the bad guys. No, exactly. Let me grab my computer. I don't have the article on my phone. Just otherwise, it
Like,
would already
in
had
the
it pulled
U.S.,
up.
we have a program called Alcoholics Anonymous, and it has a whole system. It's very ingrained in a lot of society. But then there's other programs like Smart Start, which are not about lifelong cold turkey lifestyle.
You know
Smart.
Oh,
who? Do you know who went on
by the
cold
way,
turkey and succeeded?
There's what?
Do you know who went
I've
on
heard of
cold
that.
turkey and succeeded?
No, who?
Batman.
uh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't get it. With Batman.
Yeah.
But Bruce Wayne is Batman.
That's right. Did you didn't know that Batman was addicted to drugs and went cold turkey?
Oh yeah, because he took that was when he did was Bane. Bane took the drugs.
No, that was
And-
way before Bane.
No, but they did a drug thing for a while. I remember, and like Batman was taking this like venom
Pills.
stuff.
Yeah, he was taking
Super
pills.
strong.
Yeah, that's
taking-
right.
Uh,
And then he went cold
and then-
turkey. That's right.
It did, and then Bane broke his back.
No, that was
but it wasn't
much
very-
later because
That was
Batman
like
was
before
taking the first version that was pills and Bane injected. Bane took the
Okay.
refined version.
Is this after the Frank Miller kind of the kind of the gritty, was it Bronze Age Batman? Anyway, but like in the 80s?
When was Batman Venom?
Venom, the
Venom,
Bane saga
okay.
happened like in I think like 94, which was a little late for the war on drugs, but still they did that.
Comic. Wiki.
Yeah, when was that? When did Batman do
There you go,
drugs?
Batman Venom, 1991
Okay,
storyline.
not for 3 years. Yeah. But you're so cool. You're into Batman. You play Go. How are we not friends yet? Like how? Anyway.
Maybe it's the start of
But-
a long and storied friendship.
Absolutely.
Have I gained a viewer?
I hope
This is a
so.
great article.
Let's see if I'll try my best to show up when I can. But yeah, you got a viewer. You got a viewer. I'll
By the way, just to clarify, the thing that was special about this is the substitution in
Mhm.
France
okay.
was people were engaging with it, and I don't think it was. I think you could a doctor could technically be criminally charged for engaging with substitution treatment, even though it
Yeah.
ended up being effective.
For engaging with turkeys.
It's sorry, I pulled up the wrong article. Otherwise, I would have found it by now. What the two groups were that you were talking about, Estelle.
A group of turkeys?
No,
something
yeah. But the interesting thing is how choice was being used in in how addicts went about, or how the clinicians went about in their talking to addicts, the patients, about substitution treatment.
Right, and I think even with that, still there is a kernel that the addict comes in and says, yes, I would like to stop doing heroin, and like if they didn't have that, the psychologists are like, okay, fine, go do heroin, you'll be dead, but like we're not going to stop you because we respect the individual and the self, the choice that the individual is making, even if that choice is like illegal and like is going to kill them. We're not going to change who you are without your consent, kind of thing. At least that's my understanding of how it generally works with American psychology.
Wait, but is it really a choice if the person is addicted?
And the psychology would say yes. If they say I choose heroin, they might not have made that choice if they weren't like horribly addicted to that drug.
It's like
But that's what you do. I mean, you can't if you second guessed it, yeah.
It's a more complex reality than that, which makes it all the more interesting to me.
Okay.
If you look at the article, if you can link it, Envy, somewhere. Where can we link articles and stuff?
I can post everything.
Is it in global chat?
Well, not yet.
Okay.
At the very least.
I'll post it. I'll post it in I'll post it in side chat.
No,
Okay.
you can't. It's actually not allowed.
Oh my! Wow, can't freaking believe this. I guess I will be posting it in global chat.
You do not have
Yeah.
permission to set message. I didn't know you could do that in Discord. I haven't done that where I had like a video chat and just turn off the.
Prize by Methadone.
Yeah.
So global
There you
chat.
But
There.
Oh,
to
fucking
me-
wow, Estelle. I see how it is. I see what you're doing. No, I understand. Yeah, I forgive you.
see?
I forgive you.
I will
Yes,
never.
yeah.
I will never forgive you.
I forgive you. I
Is that a
understand.
virus? I don't know. It's not a virus. It's a.
I will never forgive you.
It is a virus, and that's why you should download it.
PDFs are dangerous, man. I mean, like Word docs, like it'll say like, "Oh, this document comes from the internet. Watch out!" Like, nah, never a problem. PDFs. Did you know PDFs are yeah?
Yeah. Just to resume my position on the subject, it's more a question of interest. What interests me is not whether we have radical freedom in some sense to choose to do things that we and choose to not do otherwise. It's how choice as an artifice or as a point of discourse is used to how people view their choices as being something they can do something about or something they can do anything about. And to me, that's far more interesting than trying to decide whether there's an ability to choose otherwise. And the dynamics of those things. And that's why I like this article.
But if
I like how this.
hold on, I will debate you. Okay, is it time for us to
Yeah.
debate? If you introduce
Sure.
being able to do something about it, then that in itself is a choice.
All right. I mean, kind of going back to like a series of cause and effect. You know, you're saying that like, well, if your decision to seek treatment is an effect, what caused it, and is that something you have any control over? Is that kind of what you're getting at? And then like, it's got to go back to some origin, and we don't know what that origin is.
No,
Yeah.
I don't. I remain. I remain ignorant about those sorts of things. I'm not there to tell people you have a radical freedom in doing things or you don't have a radical freedom in things. I'm interested in in seeing how people talk about choice as and how that affects them, how it leads them to or how they feel they have agency and how their feeling of agency or of having a choice in the matter makes them able to express it.
So, like, do you mean choices in like a person's identity? Like, I identify as a Democrat. Like, well, you have a choice about that. And like the other person's like, I identify as a man. Like, you don't have a choice about that. Is that kind of what you're getting at, or no?
I mean, I don't think I
That's not what you're interested in. Yeah, maybe I don't mean to get into trans issues. I didn't get stepped on that one, but
So what you're saying is that you're a fence sitter.
say what?
Yeah, I'm saying that to Estelle.
Oh,
in the question, there's questions that I don't think are deserving of a definitive answer, and the question of radical free will is not one of them. It is one of them.
And also, if Mary was impregnated with spermatic rays, that's another good one that isn't worth answering.
Who?
sporadic rays. Yeah, Virgin Mary.
Spermatic rays. Yeah, Mother
Maybe.
Mary. She was pregnant with spermatic rays.
I'm sorry, but this
That's
Christian
another one that
heresy
has to
will
discriminate
not
too.
stand.
No, it's no, it's not the question worth answering. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It should be killed. It should be murdered. But basically, so by the way, I'm pretty sure the two sides were the good people, the abstinence only people, and then the bad people, the substitution people. I think that was what the article taught. Yeah, the Satan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
but to but if you'll allow me, I want to read a little bit from this that's talking about how abstinence was treated in France. There's probably this will be the best one I can do without going on a long tangent. Until the beginning of the 1990s, in France, psychological treatments of drug addiction began with the injunction of abstinence. Before entering treatment, the addict went through a cure withdrawal from the drug. Only when he/she was clean did treatment begin. When the user relapsed into drugs, treatment was interrupted because one should not speak with one's mouth full. One specialist in the psychological treatment of addiction, where the capacity of a user to maintain his subjectivity was in direct relation to the distance he maintained from the drug. The confirmed addict was not a person, but an empty carcass. The drug reduced the person to nothingness because it had an immediate action which produced pleasure without requiring effort or mentalization from the user. A specific theory of substance was at the basis of these psychological definitions of addictions. A substance was a cause with immediate, fixed, predictable, and detrimental effects.
I can see where they say that. I mean, I see where people could get that from the drugs. I mean, like I have observed, I've met people that have been addicts that have like lost empathy almost. It's really strange that a person that is like really addicted to cocaine that I know is just like hard. You know, like you have to watch out for that person. I mean, I hate to assume that about anyone, but they will steal from you where people would not steal from, where normal people wouldn't, or they will hurt you and do things that are not relative to getting the drug. Even it seems sometimes. I don't know if you've ever experienced that, but I approach it with compassion. But anyway, I have noticed that people that are addicted to drugs tend to be less empathetic. Strangely.
But one thing that I also found interesting in the article is how the addicts in the clinic, the substitution clinic, are made to think that they're basically tricking the clinicians, or playing them into doing the treatment, the substitution treatment.
The addicts are tricking the clinicians into believing
into making themselves go into the doing the substitution treatment. It's actually very really interesting how that's frame, how they work. They work with the substance. They they work with the substance instead of being controlled. They are instead of being controlled by the substance, as some people would say. Like people engage with this, or are allowed to engage with the substance. Okay, it's me not I haven't explained it very well, but Mm, you need to read it. I
Okay.
might need to reread it to be able to explain it better.
Yeah, I wanted to add something to something thought I've been sitting on, and I wanted to address your thought. I want to make sure that you get it. I don't want because you're saying like that the people are. It's interesting how the individual, the addicts are kind of manipulating or otherwise getting the substance that they want, and
feeling that they have played they have played the clinicians into doing so, but they're in fact that's part of the strategy of the clinic.
Interesting.
The player has been played.
Yes, and then so they played the psychologist, but that psychologists were really playing them, and like then the society as a whole is playing everyone, just to hopefully get to the outcome that we all really want, which is the addict not being a problem, not stealing things to get the drugs, or not, yeah, but yeah,
Yeah, giving more safe
Options.
safe options, yeah.
yeah.
And like there's also an acceptance that some people just aren't going to stop for a long while. They might take a decade or two to stop taking heroin, and it's all right. Well, maybe not today, because there's because fentanyl has contaminated. Well, like it's way harder to get street drugs that are not contaminated with fentanyl. But this is where like safe supplies from the government would come in and help. But I don't think people are ready for that.
Right. It
Well,
kind of comes down to the question like, are we punishing drug use because drugs are just bad and it's immoral and we want to make the society a moral place? Or are we punishing drug use so that people will stop stealing things to get drugs, just behaving badly because of drugs? And it's creating all kinds of secondary problems that are more the problem for us is that they are not having jobs and that they are, becoming violent, and like if we could somehow keep people from, if people could like have jobs, not be violent and not steal things and still do a bunch of drugs, maybe we would go for that. That's not possible probably, but that's the thing. If you're just saying that we have to stop the immoral behavior of doing drugs, that's a totally different kind of punishment or social structure than one that's looking at, at secondary effects, that there are negative social effects of this behavior rather than looking at the behavior itself as something that needs to be corrected. Yeah? No?
Yeah. Well, like I wouldn't say that getting a job is getting a job is kind of getting an occupation is also part of the treatment, because like as it's explained in the article actually, but well, like on another level, we maybe should accept that getting like I'm very for UBI, but anyway, I don't think
Another issue. UBI, yeah, we could go into UBI if you want. I got nowhere to be. It's 11 o'clock at night where I am,
It's
and I love talking to you guys.
8
You're fun.
I will have
It's
to walk
too-
Fido soon.
You
well,
probably need to sleep.
It's 2 a.m. for me.
No, we want to talk about UBI. Let's go for discussion about UBI.
I just think
That
there
is
is no
content.
downsides. There's no downsides whatsoever,
Yeah,
and that's
excuse
it.
me. Yes, there are downsides. I can list at least a few. Okay.
You
ready?
we can
ready
talk
for me
about
to?
it
Yeah, you
later.
ready for me to point out the negatives?
Well, okay.
Yeah.
I was joking. We
Yeah.
shouldn't discuss EBI. You
We
should
should.
sleep. It's
I
time to
will.
sleep.
It leads to people
Okay.
being lazy, and it leads to social
Yeah.
degeneracy.
Yep.
How's that for a reason?
Okay. It encourages degeneracy.
Very convincing. Yeah, I
And is
think
degeneracy
I'm
bold?
against
Yeah.
UBI now.
Thank
Okay.
Thank you, Lucy.
I knew it. I convinced you with logic and data.
Mm. All right. Well, thank you, Lucy. It's been a very nice conversation / debate
Yeah,
/
which I won.
panel. Yeah, you've won it. I concede. But I need to go to sleep somehow.
What? No.
Well, someday.
No.
Sometime soon. And I'll be going.
Yeah, I don't. And I won't be sleeping.
Okay.
So
yeah.
I just
What
before
about-
you go, I was hoping to show you this animated GIF I made of my daughter's first sleepover. It's very
That's
cute.
awesome.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So let's see. So
You said GIF. You said GIF. Sorry.
yeah, I like my life the way I like my G and GIF. Hard.
Oh yeah, it's graphics interchange format.
Hard G. Hard G. It's GIF. I'm gonna die on that hill. Let's see what GIF. Okay, fine.
GIF.
Yeah, or else you're saying graphics interchange format. Instead of
That's
graphics.
true. I have heard that argument before. Just tell me what post, what stream, what channel should I put this in? Is it just memes? I guess.
Are you treating your daughter's
long as you tell
sleepover as a
us.
meme?
My daughter? I don't know. I already posted one of about this. I got 200,000 views on the one that's currently in memes. It's my 4-year-old daughter put some stickers on my arm this morning. Do you see that one I posted?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cute. That's very cute.
That's very cute, yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
An
was a couple years ago.
elephant, a panda, and a koala.
Yeah, it was amazing. She was like in preschool, just a little kid, a little baby. She obviously could like talk and walk, but she was like, "Yeah, you get this for being a good dad." And I was like, "Holy shit, this is awesome!" So let's see. So, politicals, games, spam. I'll just put in memes. Okay, so here is upload file. First sleepover. There it is. Open. So this is another one. It's a bit. I had to get Discord Nitro to share it because it's a larger file. But tell me if it loads.
I think it is loading.
Nice.
It's loading. Okay.
I would tell you to be a bit careful in posting.
Yeah, I need to re-edit that. I need to take my kid's name out of it. That's probably a good idea to not have her name, but But yeah, it's just something I gotta get around to doing that.
I would keep the pizza.
They're adorable.
They're adorable. That's what I'm saying. They're so cute. And that was a couple years ago, and
speaking of adorable,
yeah,
this is the perfect and natural and organic moment for me to say, please consider joining lucyhaze.org/live and consider donating or subscribing. Thank you.
What? Okay, I gotta donate somewhere. I mean, I guess I could, but
yeah. lucyhaze.org/live if you like what I do and support the journalism.
All right. Well, thank you.
Here, I can. Do you see it in the Twitch chat?
Thank you, Dr. Unstoppable.
Side chat.
And thank you, Lucy. I'll be seeing you.
Cool. Thanks for my little gifs. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. I look forward to the next time.
Thank you.
Get some sleep.
Yeah. Do you see the link in the Twitch chat?
Twitch chat. Oh, okay. Go back to Twitch. But,
Yeah. See ya.
See you.
LucyHaze.org. Cool.
Yeah. You can consider donating or subscribing.
How did you get that?
Yeah.
How did you get that? Well, did you make this website?
Oh no, it's like part of a thing for this creator.
LucyHaze.org?
Yeah, it's like a page for creators.
Oh, that's cool. Let's see what happened. It just disappeared. And you can go to drunstoppable.com. That's my webpage, but it's your chat, so.
Yeah. I depend mostly on donations to make money from streaming.
Yeah, it's a pain. It's very difficult.
And
So you need some donation.
Cool. Yeah, and then I spend the monies on journalism to do journalism in Ukraine.
Register in chat. Okay. Log in with Google. I guess I can do that. I don't know, because I have like a Doctor Unstoppable to Google, and then I have what is what? Oh, username. Okay, so now I'm in here.
Yeah.
And where do you donate?
You have like an option to subscribe or donate. Support.
Oh, it's a Twitch subscription?
It's like a support.
Oh, okay. Lucy is Final Fantasy. Custom modes. Subscribe. This is Twitch, yeah. You only get like a nickel if I subscribe.
Oh, if you
It costs me
subscribe,
$5.
if you press support, right?
Where's support? I'm looking. Stream. I don't see support. Where's
Hold on. There should be an option to
support? I see it at the top there. Yeah.
you can
Okay.
write lucyhaza.org/donate, I think.
LucyHaze.org/support. I've got that one. And then White Forest, White Leaf.
Yeah, you can or I think there's a hold on.
Check your home screen. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can. I think this is the link. I'm gonna link it in the Twitch. Okay. Okay. I think this should work.
Oh, in the Twitch. Go back to Twitch.
There's this one.
This is Lucy Abe. Subscribe.
Yeah.
Okay, subscriptions. I can get your
Yeah.
tier 440 a month. That's kind of steep. I mean, how much of that do you get? That's tier. Okay, that's tier 4. You get all of it. Okay.
All of it. From the page, I get all of it.
That's cool. You got this set up. So yeah. So okay. So, you want an ongoing thing, which I could do. Chat and Discord. Okay, so tier 1 is $5. Special username and chat and Discord. Subscriber only emojis or emotes.
I draw them, by the way.
Okay. And like I might unsubscribe later, but I could give you $10.
Nice. Thank you.
Access to subscriber only emotes, monthly username change. So it's a green star. That's the main difference between tier 1 and tier 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay, let's see. There's 1 month and tier 2 subscription auto renew. Can we? Oh, it does. Okay, that's it. And subscription message. And okay, continue.
Yay, thank you for the tier 2
There you
subscription.
go. Yeah, well, I
Great
can do
portion,
that.
awesome stream. Thank you. This helps the journalism.
Oh, Barry!
Oh,
Yeah.
and there's the reaction thing. Oh, Barry.
Oh, is that on? That's on the Twitch, or where is it?
It should appear on screen. Oh, Barry. With a gif of Resident Evil.
Yeah, in Twitch, I'm stuck in an ad break, but I believe you. I believe you, and it's about the journalism. It's not about the shout out, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's see. What's this? What's going on with this ad? Or did you end the stream? Or
Oh, no, not yet. I'm still alive. My dog is looking at me with hopes and dreams of going for a walk.
well, I see in like the little like, it says I got. I'll refresh the page, see if that helps. Oh yeah, now I see you. You're playing Go.
Yeah.
Dr. Unstoppable got 2-1 subscription. That is really cool. I wish I might have. I mean, I might have to pay you or ask you to help me set that up someday because that whole like own domain and stuff. That's amazing.
Yeah. Thank you, Big Jerry. I will probably end soon because my dog, his name is Fido, the most American dog name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
My dog's
So
actual
you
name
play
is Fido.
Fido.
Yeah, yeah.
That's probably unique. That not many dogs are actually named that.
Yeah. Abraham Lincoln's
Yeah.
dog was named Fido.
Oh really? That's cool.
Yeah, that's why it became so popular in America.
I didn't know that. Is he like did Lincoln name him like Fighter and he's a Fido and I'm
That's
gonna
a
watch
good
him,
question. That's a good question, but yeah. It apparently became synonymous with the word dog.
Mm-hmm. So what TTPG RPGs do you play?
What JRPGs?
Yeah, in your forum pawns, you have one of the channels is TTRPG. I was just curious because
Tabletop. What tabletops do I play?
Yeah.
Warhammer.
Okay.
I would like to get into Dark Sun. The setting intrigues me. Dark Sun.
Yep. So you ever play Dungeons and Dragons or anything, or it's just Warhammer?
I mean, the Dark Sun is a Dungeons and Dragons setting, right?
I didn't know that. I'm not really into Warhammer so much.
No, the Dark Sun is a Dungeons and Dragons setting.
Okay.
You know the Dark Sun?
It's one of the modules, or just you can buy that kit and start up Dark Sun. That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get it. I played a lot of tabletop role playing games in the past, trying to get some going with my friends, and yeah.
We have a big enthusiast in the community called Karasu Kafka.
Okay.
Yeah, she knows a bunch of stuff about tabletops.
That's cool. Yeah, I'm trying to get one in real life, and in person, because like video is great. It's great for organizing things and having people show up, but like
yeah, she does a lot of it in real life.
Yeah,
like,
that's
with I think BattleTech. There's like with
cool
figurines as well. Robots.
Mm-hmm.
You should get your daughter into tabletop.
Yeah, that'd be fun. She's 9. It's a little. I mean, I'm sure she'll like it. Right now, it's a lot of Roblox and Minecraft.
You should play with her tabletop Minecraft.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Definitely is a thing. Let me actually look it up. Is there a Minecraft TTRPG? Yes, there is. There are several ways to play RPG role-playing styles in Minecraft. Hold on. Tabletop. Yeah, a dedicated Minecraft tabletop RPG titled Minecraft Roll for Adventure, The Temple of Charged Creeper. So there's definitely a tabletop. So you can get your daughter into that through that. Perfect.
Yeah, I should like it.
Perfect.
Don't want to force things on her, because then that's the best way to get someone not to like someone is like, this is a classic, you'll love it. I love it, you should love it, and they're like, I'll try, and then it doesn't catch.
Yeah.
But
When
yeah, but hopefully,
yeah, you get them for something they like, and it's like, yeah.
yeah, they're saying you have to love something, Yeah, Warhammer it feels so bleak, I don't like that there's like no hope, and like they've been at war for 40,000 years, and they're gonna be at war for another 40,000 years.
Warhammer 40K.
Yeah, it's like it's the storytelling doesn't appeal to me,
It's it's satire.
Is this what?
It's satire.
Satire, yeah, I guess, but like, I agree. They're probably not like taking it seriously. That like, oh, this is how we should have. What is it? The
Imperium.
Whatever the humans. They have like their religion as a driving force to their society. It's like, yeah, obviously that's bad,
They
but
have
like
their God Emperor, just like we
Yeah,
do
yeah,
in
they
real
got-
life.
cynic. I don't know. I think that I don't.
Yeah.
I notice. I disagree that we do not have a god emperor in real life.
Yeah,
I
we
think
do.
that we-
What do you mean? Of course we do.
What are you talking about? U.S. president or
Yeah,
who?
of course, Donald J.
Yeah.
Trump. What do you mean we don't have a God Emperor in real life?
Uh,
Are you some kind of
well-
a heretic? Are you not sacrificing
I didn't vote for
1,000
him,
souls
and,
daily to the Donald?
There's only about 34% of Americans that vote that are just gonna back Donald Trump no matter what. I mean, and that's kind of weird that he has this rock solid base that's just never. He could like say he wants to be a dictator and they'd go for it. But
Yeah.
still, there's the rest of America that did not that is either on the fence or just hates him. I mean, and anyway, I don't think I don't think vilifying people is a good idea.
Yeah, he's
don't-
not a villain. He's a God Emperor.
Anyway, I take it you're being that you don't like him very much.
I know.
Yeah.
No, not no.
No, you don't.
No.
Yeah. And yeah, but
Very sad that he very I mean
yeah. Well, that was something missed in chat that like I was talking about. I was just mentioning like we were talking about Rwanda.
yeah.
I was saying how like I don't like. I get bored of people comparing their enemies to Hitler and Nazis. I wish I knew more about the Rwanda genocide so I could compare evil people to Hutu ethnic extremists. Rather than just Nazis. Which had some variety for the situation. But I don't know that much about the Rwandan genocide. I don't know who was like in charge of Radio Rwanda or like who was the people that did the things that caused the problems. And there's a lot of other atrocities in the world, So saying that that Trump is Hitler is very boring.
Yeah.
And saying
you
that
can
that
just go
Trump,
to the contemporary examples and say that
Trump is Pol Pot, maybe.
then Trump
Why don't we try
is,
that one?
You can always compare people to Putin.
Putin. Okay, well that's really that'd be a hard direction because Putin's still doing stuff. But yeah, Trump is Putin.
I mean, they're
I can
friends
see it.
as well, so apparently,
Yeah,
allegedly, they have
Yeah.
great conversations almost every week over the phone. So
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, like, there's a statistic about Putin that I always find interesting. It's that did you know that when Putin shut down the free press, his approval rating shot up to 95%?
oh wow, what? Oh no, that's
So
so
people must
shocking.
love it when you shut down the free press, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but like it's weird because like if you can control the press, you have a very large influence on what people actually think. It's crazy because you think like, wouldn't anyone like realize that they only like Putin because they are forced to? Like, no, a lot of people really like Putin, even though they don't have a choice about it. But you ask a lot of Russian people, and like, yeah, he's great. He's doing all kinds of
There's a
great
lot of
stuff. I'm like,
crazy things happening in Russia. Like the biggest examples are because I interview families in Ukraine, and some of those people have relatives in Russia. And I interviewed a person, a woman who was traumatized by the bombings, and she said that she chatted with her father, who lives in Russia, during the bombing. When they were hiding in the basement, she was hiding in the basement with her children, and she said that her father was like, "Oh yeah, Russia's doing a good thing. It's a good thing that this bombing's going on."
yeah, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's a good thing that my grandchildren are being bombed right now.
Right, which obviously, like, no, it's not a good thing. How can you be so dissonant as to see your grandchildren getting bombed, and then you see news saying this is a good thing,
Yeah,
and you're like,
yeah,
this
it's
is a
good.
good thing.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like,
it's good, very good.
yeah,
The special
yeah,
military operation, quote unquote, must go on. It's insane.
yeah, it's wild. Well, good journalism. Journalism's the key. If we get objective reality, at least we have a chance at not being insane.
Yeah,
Yeah. But
that's
but
what
yeah.
I do.
So yeah,
That's what I do. What I do. All
that's what
right.
you do with you.
Yeah. Alrighty. I'm gonna finish stream now. I cannot
Okay.
rate anybody on this YouTube channel because it's still small. It says like
Yeah,
60,
one viewer.
60 subscribers or something.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, rate him anyway. I'll just with one raider, I'll come in and like, yeah, raid.
yeah.
No, I don't know. I don't have to, but
All right. So I'm gonna finish stream now. See you all later.
okay.
Potatoes. Bye bye. I end stream now.
Peace.
Okay. I have to